Hello and welcome to the ward at Stormont, where we've got cricket in store for you. Yes, delighted to say the second Women's One Day International between Ireland and Zimbabwe is set to get underway shortly, and indeed plenty of anticipation from both sides ahead of the start of this encounter. Ireland having won the first by 97 runs. It was a fairly convincing victory just 2 days ago. Zimbabwe have an opportunity to remedy some of the wrongs from the first Women's One Day International. Before we get into the analysis with Isabel and Celeste, we are going to go to the coin toss. A moment ago, Isabel was in the middle with the two captains.
Well, it's time for the final toss of this Zimbabwe tour of Ireland. I have the two captains with me. From Ireland, it's Gabby Lewis. From Zimbabwe, it's Chipo Mugeri Tirapano. And we have match referee Graham McRae, who's provided the coin.
Heads.
Heads the call. Okay, so you're gonna have a bat. What were your reasons for that decision?
It seems like the pitch is not changing much, especially in the afternoon, so we're just opting to bat first.
Changes to your team today?
We have 3 changes. We have 2 bowlers coming in and a batter. Nyasha Kwanzaa is coming in. Then there's Michelle and Franz coming in. Yeah.
Okay, so 3 changes, a couple of days to turn things around. It's obviously your final game of the series. What do you want to leave Ireland with from the series?
We would like to, especially to win, especially this game, going to the qualifiers end of month. I think it will boost our confidence. Yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck in the game. Thank you so much, Chipo. We'll be hearing from you later on. Gabby, come and join me. Was that what you were hoping to do, bowl first?
We were actually going to bat first, but we weren't too sure. It wasn't as easy as, black and white. But so look, we're happy to do either, and hopefully finish the tour on a high.
Well, same question as I just asked Chipo. What are you hoping to take out of this series?
I think, yesterday in the game there was a couple of the top order that got in, and I think no one pushed on. And I think it's just about being greedy today. And when you do get in and work hard, I think just to make it count and be the one to win the game for us.
Finally, team changes for you?
Yes, we have 3 changes. We have Christina, Arlene and Jane out, and we have Ava Canning, Alana Dalzell and Lulu Little back into the team.
And I suppose finally, how's your quad or your injury going?
Yeah, good. Yeah, playing. So yeah.
Okay, great. Well, best of luck. Thank you, Gabby Lewis. So the news from the middle: Zimbabwe have won the toss and they've decided to bat.
So that the news from the middle. Zimbabwe have won the toss. They've opted to bat first in the second Women's One Day International. Isabel Joyce and Celeste Rock, both former Ireland internationals alongside me. Celeste, let me start with you. Reaction to the toss. Zimbabwe winning the toss, and instead of opting to bowl as they did in the first, they want to bat first today.
They perhaps want a chance to bat without the pressure of chasing a score. That could be one factor. And also the clouds, we're hoping the rain stays away, but there are a few clouds about. So that could also have been a consideration when they decided to bat first.
Interesting that Gabby was saying they probably would have had a bat first.
Yeah, interesting. I think with the success they had with the bat in the previous game, they might want to have a chance to get out there and put some runs on the board again.
Let's talk about the teams though, Isabel. Zimbabwe, though, have made a few changes to their lineup. Out go the likes of Sibande Makusha, who were really impressive. Mabera's out as well, who picked up she broke the opening stand of 116 in the first Women's One Day International. But there's some decent players that make their way in as well.
Yeah, look, it's a long tour to come and not get a couple of goes, I suppose. So good to see a few different people getting options. I was impressed by Kwanzaa bowling in the T20, so it'll be interesting to see her with a little bit more time. Japara as well was pretty good. So, I mean, I don't mind making 3 changes, but I do think Makusha might be a little bit sad to miss out. I wonder, is she carrying an injury or is she a little bit ill? I know there's been a couple of people that have been ill through the tour at different points, and that's impacted the selection at times for Zimbabwe.
Certainly Mavunga as well comes in, adds a little in an all-round capacity. Let's talk about the Irish changes, Celeste. Also 3 changes for Ireland today.
Yeah, so a couple of bowlers coming in, a couple of changes there. So Ava Canning is coming in for Jane Maguire. She's probably likely to take the new ball. Although Alana Dalzell has come in as well, and she bowls some very tidy away swing and can take the new ball as well. Lulu Little has also come into the side. She had a bit of a go in the field during the last game, but it's good to see her in the 11 as well.
Good to see Lara McBride getting another opportunity.
Definitely, she bowled really well in the previous game. She was very impressive, so she'll be happy to get another chance.
Let's talk about Zimbabwe. The stand-up players so far, when you look across the T20 International Series and the One Days, Kilis Ndlovu, beloved Biza have showed a lot of promise. They're still very young, though. They come into today's tie with perhaps a little bit of pressure on their shoulders, given how well they've played and how maturely they've played.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very exciting players for Zimbabwe, and you do want some young players coming through and impressing, but you want them more putting pressure on other players rather than being the kind of seen as the match winners in the team. I think Chipo's been good as well. She'll be disappointed she didn't get her half century in the last game, so I think that's something she'll be looking to put right. And for beloved Biza and for Kellis and Clovu, lots of time in the middle is what they'll want. So batting first, I think, will be a good thing for them, because as Celeste said, no scoreboard pressure can only help them in terms of pressure.
In terms of Ireland, what do they do first up with ball in hand?
With the few changes in their bowling lineup, those bowlers that have come in will be really keen to get in there and show what they can do. There's a lot on the line for selection coming up for the rest of the summer, so as much as they'll want to be bowling as a unit, they'll all want to be stamping their own authority on the match. Ava Canning will look to bring the ball in, Alana Delzo will look to bring the ball away, and Ola Prendergast has been brilliant throughout the series so far.
Well, it's a very exciting time for cricket for Ireland. Women's cricket is booming, and they've got the opportunity to claim a 2-0 series win against Zimbabwe here and now. The umpires are just about to make their way out onto the field. Players behind them. There'll be anthems in a moment before we get into the cricket proper. But the second Women's One Day International between Ireland and Zimbabwe also nearly underway. Here's the action following after the anthems. Enjoy.
Gentlemen, ahead of the game, if able, can we please stand for today's anthems? We begin with Zimbabwe. Ireland's call.
National anthem's complete and the cricket is just about set to get underway. Hello and welcome to the ward at Stormont. We find ourselves enjoying the second Women's One Day International between Ireland and Zimbabwe here at the picturesque Stormont ground in Belfast. Getting us underway in what is also the final Women's One Day International in the series for both sides. This is an opportunity to claim significant honours for Ireland. It's to secure a 2-0 series win in the One Day International series after wrapping up a 3-0 series win in the T20 Internationals. For Zimbabwe, an opportunity to end their tour on a high, a chance to remedy some of the wrongs of the opening couple of fixtures across the T20s and the One Day Internationals. The first Women's One Day International in Stormont, Ireland beat Zimbabwe by 97 runs, and today promises another enthralling affair. Some individual performances, some growing cohesion between teammates. These are all things we're expecting to see today, and maybe, just maybe, some early dominance from Zimbabwe as they've opted to bat after winning the toss. The captain, Chipo Mugeri Tiripano, out with Isabel Joyce a short while ago. I'm delighted to say Isabel Joyce, one of the most revered names in all of women's cricket in Ireland, is alongside. And Isabel, wonderful to see the series concluding here and now in wonderful conditions at Stormont. But this really is a chance for Ireland to hammer home an advantage, but also for Zimbabwe to steady the ship, so to speak, at the end of the tour.
Yeah, look, I think what's made it really interesting as a contest for me is Ireland bringing in 3 players, and there's a lot of pressure on those players to try and show the new coach what they can do. So there's a lot at stake in terms of keeping your place as well. If you're someone who's managed to stay in the team, nobody can rest on their laurels in any kind of shape at all. There's a few people not in the squad as well who might have thought that they should be here. So there's a lot on the line for Ireland as a team, but as individuals probably more so than for Zimbabwe. And I thought if you listen to that toss, Chipo, you kind of feel for her. She is desperate to get a win ahead of their qualifiers coming up. So yeah, I think even though I'm Irish, I'm kind of up for Zimbabwe in a funny way, because you would love them to get something under their belts before then.
From a purely cricketing perspective, I completely get what you are saying. The batters at the ready, Dururu and Glovu standing by. They'll be making their way across the road momentarily. Ireland take to the field. Indeed, the standing umpires today, Kim Cotton and Roly Black, out already in the middle. Kilis Glovu, the slightly taller of the two batters. The left-hander who has shown her proficiency with bat in hand already on countless occasions. There's Kilis Glovu. She was not only player of the match in the final against South Africa when Zimbabwe went on to win the African Games last year in Ghana. It was an emerging South African side, but it was led by the likes of Annerie Derksen, who is a Proteas player. Changase, among those, was also part of that South African squad. And Chiedza Dururu will face the first delivery, and it's going to come from Ola Prendergast of Ireland.
Interesting to see a short leg in place. I think it's Cara Murray. She's the likely suspect. If you'd asked me before the game, who would they put in there? It's her. I think we'll have to get confirmation, but I think it is her in there. And we saw Ola Prendergast causing trouble for Dururu in the first One Day International. Plenty of balls went in that area.
Prendergast starts with a ball that troubles Dururu first up. There's player of the match, a half century and a couple of wickets after a tremendous spell that included 4 maidens.
Yeah, incredible stuff from her, and brilliant to see that consistency. I don't think I've ever seen her bowl better in a venue. She seems to love Stormont. She says she loves it for how good the pitch is, but she seems to get the most out of it with the ball.
She does. Think back to Sri Lanka and England last year. Oh, that moves back in sharply. Well taken by Amy Hunter, down leg. That'll be called wide. But you don't mind when those are called wide early on. That's so much movement. Genuinely significant from Ola Prendergast.
You can see the plan. It's a good one, I think, against Dururu, who's struggled. There's Kellison Clovey. She's at the non-striker's end. She's struggled against Ola Prendergast as well, but it was more with the outside edge because she's the left-hander. Good confident move forward. She got 1 from 13 deliveries in the last game, so a couple of those maidens I think were faced out by her.
So Prendergast, she really has shot to prominence in some spectacular fashion for Ireland, and over the last couple of years she's absolutely doubled down on her world-leading performances for Ireland women. Get a lovely delivery that comes straight back into Dururu, can't play the ball.
At the post-match presentation 2 days ago, Orla Prendergast said that, I asked her about the captaincy, she said it's probably not something that comes really naturally to her. I'm not sure it comes naturally to anyone, does it? It takes a lot of work being a captain, but she certainly doesn't seek out the limelight, I think, which is funny for a player of her ability. But I think it'll be interesting to see the difference in terms of the fields that Gabby Lewis might look to use going forward. We thought that maybe Ireland were a little bit conservative in the way they set their fields. They didn't maybe look to take wickets tactically, but we'll learn a lot by the fact that Gabby Lewis is out there, and whether it's a team they're looking to dismiss batters or just trying to be economical.
Another one that comes back in sharply. Dururu just works this out into the offside. Eva Canning does the fielding, one of the 3 changes for Ireland in today's lineup. Yes, Gabby Lewis, I think one of the things you noted most significantly in the first Women's One Day International was the absence of a slip, and Gabby Lewis, who's very familiar to fielding in the slips, has got herself in that position for Prendergast's first over.
Oh, that one's gone the other way. Did that come off the pitch or was it swing?
Well, either way, it's a very good start. 6 dot balls with a wide squeezed in between. The end of the first over, Zimbabwe, 1 without loss.
I'd love to know what Zimbabwe think a good score is on this pitch. Do they set their marker by where Ireland got to the other day, or do they assess based on where they think they can get to and look to maybe bowl a little bit better? Plenty of changes for them. Off spinner Mabera out, the left armer Sibanda out as well. Makusha, who for me has been the best bowler for Zimbabwe across the series, the T20s and the One Day Internationals, she's also out. So a little bit of a surprise for me, but Francisca Chipare, Gwanzura Mavunga, the 3 players coming in, so they will be doing the similar kind of thing that I was saying Ireland's Eva Canning, Alana Dalzell will be doing, where they'll want to show what they can do and try and impress Lloyd Tennant.
And Dalzell has the new ball in hand. She'll open from the Dundonald end for Ireland. And she'll be bowling her first delivery to Kelly St. Ndlovu. Oh, bowled straight through. First delivery for Ndlovu, who's impressed on this tour, to be fair, but she doesn't spend much time at the wicket here. She's bowled first up by Alana Dalzell, and Ireland have the breakthrough in just the second over of the innings.
What a cracking delivery to come back into the team and bowl Kelly St. Ndlovu. She will be frustrated. Sometimes, though, you just get a really good delivery. Goes for naught and Ndlovu. Zimbabwe in trouble early, 1 for 1. Great start this. Have a look at the swing from Alana Dalzell. Starts it just outside off stump, swings it back in, the length impressive as well, right under the bat of Ndlovu. So a wicket on her return to the 11. She's also someone who's done well here. There's plenty of swing at Stormont. Lorraine Chuma out at number 3.
Lorraine Chuma, Zimbabwe's highest ever scorer in a Women's One Day International. One of only 2 centurions for Zimbabwe. She makes her way out to the middle. Maybe hoping that she would have had a few more overs sitting on the sidelines watching the opening pair go around about their business. Kelly St. Ndlovu dismissed for a golden duck with Dalzell's first delivery. Here's Dalzell's second. Tries to swing the ball away from the right-hander, so swung it back into the left-hander first up. Excellent delivery from Dalzell.
Yeah, that doesn't have the pace that Jane Maguire does. It's just a little bit slower, but she gets a little bit more swing as well. I was wondering who would get the new ball. Would it be Dalzell or Canning? But obviously Canning swinging the ball in. Thought that the away swinger would be a better partner to Orla Prendergast, who also moves the ball in typically to the right-hander.
Playing a miss. That's what you like to see as a bowler early on. 4 dot balls to start after wicket with the first delivery, Dalzell.
Yeah, I think what's been clear for Ireland and Zimbabwe, the difference between the teams, Ireland have just been good at their skills for longer periods. With the Zimbabwe bowlers, they've bowled deliveries that have troubled Ireland, but just not enough of them to put them under pressure.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. It's also about finding that consistency to do it frequently against your opponents.
And to be able to do it when you're under pressure as well. The spinners, I think, have been the best for Zimbabwe by a long shot. And Clove, who, when she got moved over the wicket in the last one international, looked very difficult to score against. Shuma was good as well. She just has a knack of taking wickets.
Slight misfield allows the first run off the bat for Zimbabwe, and Chuma's off the mark. It's a no ball as well. A little chat with the captain here with the free hit that's coming.
Well, they've changed ends, have they?
Yes, they have. So they can change the field.
Yeah, they can change the field. Not very different in stature, these two, so you can't tell from the naked eye which is which. When Cecilia and I used to bat together, she used to always wear a wristband so that the scorers could tell which of us was which. I thought we moved very differently, that it was quite easy to tell, but she did that just halfway up her arm to try and help them out.
Driven uppishly. Very nicely fielded.
Yeah, and that was trouble for Shuma, and it's a mistake players make so often. You can be run out off a free hit after 2, Zimbabwe 3 for 1. Yeah, they just think it's a free hit, you've got to score off it, so no matter what someone or other of the batters sets off. And I think if Gabby Lewis had hit there, it would have been curtains for Shuma.
It's 2 of the more experienced players in this squad. It's a relatively young squad that's come to Ireland, but Doreen Chuma at 28 and Chiadza Dururu, the 29-year-old, who won't be keeping today. Modesta Mupachikwa will have the gloves during the Ireland innings. And maybe in a sense it's an opportunity for Dururu as well to focus on her batting entirely. There's Prendergast. Big appeal. But Riley Black walks away, seemingly uninterested.
And we've talked about this a lot in the last while, where Riley Black is the best at indicating he's not going to give an LBW out by the way he moves straight away. It's going to be hard for Orla Prendergast to get an LBW. I think this was too high. Yes, it wrapped her on the knee roll, but I think that probably was going down leg as well.
Yeah, I think the movement, it's so significant from Prendergast. Another one that moves sharply. This, though, is a leg bye. There's Hunter Fields.
Yeah, good running between these two. I think that's the best way for them to look to go about things and just try and get the scoreboard moving in the right direction in these early overs. It's hard against Orla Prendergast in particular early on. Lots of movement, plenty of pace as well, so they have to take any opportunity to rotate the strike.
Well, that's the thing with Orla Prendergast. She adds searing pace with significant movement. There are many bowlers in world cricket who can move the ball quite a bit, particularly swing it into the right-handed batters. But not so many of them have quite the pace of Orla Prendergast.
No, usually if you've got pace, you're swinging it away because it's a sign that you've got a strong action. So for right armour, you're swinging it away from the left-hander. So it is quite unusual to have an in-swing bowler that bowls with real pace.
This one a little shorter. Chuma tries to go after it for the little uppercut. Cara Murray's got the helmet. She's tucked in close.
A good trust from Cara Murray. You go in there when you feel like the bowler's not going to bowl a big full toss or something that you're going to have to wear. She's got the shin pads under her trousers, so she's got a bit of protection, but it's never comfortable going in that close.
Zimbabwe scamper through. Well, add another to their total. But still only one run off the bat. It's another leg by.
Yeah, mid off and mid on. I'm not sure they're going to be in the game. The way that Orla Prendergast is bowling, you could probably afford to take one of them out and maybe put in a leg slip with that swing that she's got going on there, almost as a run-saving position.
That's the kind of delivery. Everybody in the field tosses their head back, recognising how close it was. 6 for 1 Zimbabwe are after 3.
Yeah, that's the second over she's bowled that change up in the final delivery, looking to take the edge. You have to play at those deliveries against Orla Prendergast because she swings it in so much. So unless you can recognise the change, you hang the bat out and then you just hope it doesn't take the edge.
Delzell is struck with her very first delivery to bowl her second. Chuma facing. Shorter from Delzell, but also wide.
I think she will have recognised in the first over that she was too full. Yes, the first ball was a Yorker. I don't think that as an opening bowler you plan to bowl a Yorker first up. So I think she was lucky to get it fuller than full. Then her next delivery was a little bit fuller than a half volley. So she's trying to fix her length. She knows that's more what Lloyd Tennant will be looking at what the analyst says about the lengths that she's bowled. And that's right about where she'll want to be. The problem with that, though, of course, is it doesn't swing quite so much when you don't pitch it up.
Louise Little fielding a point today in the absence of Christina Coulter-Riley. Both excellent fielders.
Christina Coulter-Riley took 2 brilliant catches and dropped a sitter the other day.
Takes the edge. It'll be runs off the bat. Chuma goes to 2.
That's about perfect from Alana Dalzell. Just slightly fuller than the previous delivery, bit of shape, and on the stumps as well. The type of pace she bowls, she's much more likely to get an LBW than Orla Prendergast. She kind of kisses the surface rather than hits it, so it skids on. Pretty much never going to go over the stumps.
Strikes the pads, and the only appeals come from the cover region.
I think Alana Dalzell should have appealed for this. It might have been just about missing leg, but it wasn't far away.
Always watch the keeper. Keeper wasn't interested.
Amy Hunter's pretty quiet, so you can't rely on her
Oh, but she can go up when she knows it's
No,
out.
but she's not like the usual
Yes.
keepers that go up for everything, you know.
Yeah.
I remember Dururu the other day was going down leg for an edge and down.
Did that drop short of Hunter? There's a genuine edge. Now, was that dropped or did it just fall short? Either way, Dururu got nothing more than an edge on that Dalzell delivery.
I'd love to see that again. I think it's carried. Yeah, I think she could have got the gloves underneath it.
This one though, Dururu works away leg side behind square. And will take the single as Delaney does the fielding. Coming in off the rope.
Yeah, off the mark with that. So it's taken a while.
Dozen deliveries, yes. As you say, she was 1 of 13 in the first one-day international. Really did struggle against Prendergast most notably. Shorter from Dalzell, but the ball didn't really get up. Canning whips it in. The end of the fourth. Zimbabwe 9 for 1. She's enjoyed some really good spells here in Stormont as Alana Dalzell as well. She had a really good spell against Sri Lanka last year where she dismissed an informed Samaravikrama and Pereira, I think, at the time, back to back. Do you enjoy going to venues where you've traditionally had success as a cricketer?
100%, yeah. It's got such a huge part to play. And you just, as soon as you go to a ground that you've had success at, it's a different feeling arriving at the ground, and it's the same when you've done poorly at a ground as well, unfortunately, and turning that around can be difficult. But yeah, for Alana Dalzell, I think, yes, she's a bowler, but the standout moment has to be she'll come in here. Every time she comes in, she's going to think of that four she hit against England. I've never seen someone look so confident going out to bat and having never scored a boundary in international cricket and needing to do one to win the game. And that was, I mean, I've watched it back a few times, and you do feel for the fielder. I won't name her. I won't do that to her. But it was, we were behind the bowler's arm, and we could barely see what was going on. So I did feel for her. Not a problem we have at this time of year, but later on, it was in September, wasn't it, last year? So when you get to the end of a one-day international, especially when it's been rain affected, which that one was. We're right at the end of the light. So yeah, she'll love that. I think Lara McBride will be happy with...
Just seeing a second slip has come in. So Lara McBride has gone to point and Louise Little has gone into slip.
Yeah, I was going to say Lara McBride will be happy to play at Stormont or Pembroke. She'll be hoping to add Clontarf to the list of grounds she enjoys playing at when Pakistan come to town in just over a week's time. She'll be hoping to be in that squad.
Paula Prendergast, she's had some great spells as well with ball in hand here, but I think her unbeaten 122 has got to be the highlight that stands out most significantly for Prendergast at this ground.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know which moment she holds closest, but I think that ball against Tammy Beaumont where she took the top of off, that's got to be right up there. That mid-on has come out, so there is a gap there. I just don't think that Dururu has the ability to get it to that area. I don't know, though, I might, if I was Orla Prendergast, keep mid-on in and get rid of mid-off. That would really be an impressive field to bowl to.
Just making good contact at the moment is Dururu, which will buoy her confidence. End of the 5th over. Zimbabwe 9 for 1.
Yeah, the maiden for Orla Prendergast. Slow going for Zimbabwe. I don't know if they would have spoken before the game about going this slowly. I wouldn't imagine that Walter Chawagata would be that happy with this scoring rate.
You've only got one batter in the lineup, though, who scores relatively quickly, and that is the captain, whose strike rate in Women's One Day International cricket is up near 80. Almost all of the other batters are just beyond the 50 strike rate. And losing the early wicket as well put some pressure on. There's Dalzell into her third.
Starts with a short one again. This one a better direction than the last over. I think traditionally, I think back to when I started playing one-day international cricket, you'd often have a few slips in, so there were gaps in the field if you took the bowler on.
This one's going to be called wide. A signal from Kim Cotton, standing at the Dundonald end.
I think that umpires might do more travelling than players these days. It's really a full-time gig, isn't it? High pressure.
This one takes the outside edge, but it's just wide of little.
See, that's where I'm wondering, could you take another fielder out of the covers and go for the jugular, give Alana Dalzell a couple of slips and a gully to bowl at and see what happens, especially at 12 for 1. We'd probably afford to take a few risks.
It's going to be called wide. That's the 8th extra in this innings.
Yeah, 5 wides will do that to you. No, it's a good sign in that there is movement, but Ireland will be frustrated.
Another one down a wider channel, left alone by Chuma.
And I suppose that's the difference between Dalzell and Prendergast. With that kind of delivery for Prendergast, you have to play at it because you don't know how much it's going to move in. But for Dalzell, you're pretty safe.
Fuller, driven straight to the fielder, Sarah Forbes. Standing at mid-off.
He's fresh off the back of a 50 in the first game. I asked Gabby Lewis about the missed opportunity for 3 players to go on and make a big 100 in the post-match of the first game. She didn't offer me too much on that occasion, but she spoke about it at the toss as something they'll want to put right today.
Yes, you could say she played a bit of a straight bat to that question.
Yes, she did. Which is fair enough. She's usually very chatty, but maybe she was worried about her quad injury. I think at that point she was a little preoccupied.
Yeah, still very heavily strapped left thigh for Gabby Lewis coming into today's match, but she is playing. Chuma's batting about a foot outside the crease at the moment. Goes chasing one. That ends the over. Zimbabwe is 13 for 1 after 6.
Well, that's the second one that's not quite reached Amy Hunter as a keeper. How do you measure how far back you should stand?
I always like to take it fuller rather than lower, so I was always taking probably a step closer than some of the other keepers to the bowlers. But you don't want to stand so far forward that you don't have the reaction time at the pace they're bowling. You also don't want to stand too far forward that if they drop it short, you've got no chance.
So it's move around as you go into the game, or will you be measuring things
Certainly
out
on
beforehand?
different pitches, yeah. You're trying to get the measure of the pitch early on. Ruru, again, full contact on the blade. Out to Canning.
The most pleasing thing for me from this series has been Orla Prendergast back bowling 10 overs.
Yes.
It's just so good to see.
I think Celeste and I were commenting on it so very energetically in the first Women's One Day International, because it is exciting to see given how she's been managed in recent series.
Zimbabwe just guilty maybe of allowing themselves to be bowled at by Orla Prendergast. She doesn't nearly need to think about the batter. She's just going through the paces, and I wonder could one of them do something different, maybe move around the crease, come down the pitch.
Still 2 slips in for Prendergast. Catches the outside half of the bat. Lara McBride is there.
It'll be interesting to see if there are any changes to the squad. Obviously it's T20s coming up, so there will be changes from this squad, but any changes to the squad that we saw in Pembroke for that, because they've got to settle upon their best group to bring to Netherlands in just a couple of weeks' time.
Ooh. Dururu going after the shorter ball. Missing out. Yeah, and a few players like Sarah Forbes, who's almost been earmarked more as a one-day player, with the kind of performances back-to-back, when you consider her last 2 innings of 55 and 54 against Scotland and against Zimbabwe in the first one-day international here, maybe a chance to work her way into the T20 squad.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go for that, and I'll get back to that after this delivery. Because, yes, she's scored well, but she's the slowest of the batters, so she'd have to be scoring 50s and going at a good rate. Gabby Lewis, 61 deliveries for her 50, but Sarah Forbes faced 78 deliveries.
Yeah.
And Orla Prendergast, no surprise, she only took 53 balls. Obviously, she's batting at a different time in the game where the field is spread and it's probably easier to go at that kind of run-a-ball pace. But yeah, I don't see at the moment Sarah Forbes forcing her way in. And that being said, Christina Coulter-Riley hasn't had the best time of it. Another maiden.
Back-to-back maidens. Zimbabwe 13 for 1. As Prendergast has 2 maidens in succession. 7 overs gone.
Rebecca Stokel not in this squad. Thought she looked pretty good the other day. She had the best strike rate. Well, aside from Orla Prendergast, who came in late, but of the top order. So I think she'll be angling towards getting back in this lineup. Maybe if she was a keeper. Christina Coulter-Riley, I think her keeping has been so impressive, that the work she's put in, she's improved so much over such a short period of time.
Dalzell to continue. Good solid contact from Chuma. Only 5 runs or 43 deliveries between the batters. They haven't really gone after the bowling.
No, and that was there to hit as well. But the pace of the bat as she made contact is never going to score your runs, unfortunately.
Chuma's the kind of batter, though, that takes a while to get in and then can score quickly at the back end of her innings. When you look at her higher scores, she's got strike rates of up around 100. 137 was scored at a run a ball. When she's out early in her innings for single-digit scores, it's often off quite a few deliveries.
It's dangerous being that type of that type of batter, because yes, you can score big, but when you don't, you put your team under so much pressure. Zimbabwe will effectively be only batting 40 overs at this rate, depending on how the next couple of overs go, but just not taking any risks and not changing anything up, being bowled at by both opening bowlers.
There to be hits. Lovely fielding by Forbes rather. Tosses herself at that one. Down to her left.
And diving, yeah, to her non-favourite side. Good fielding.
Chuma takes the single though, brings Dururu on strike. Maybe the rotation, we'll see an elevation in the run rate. It's up at 2 at the moment, but bear in mind Ireland have bowled 9 extras already. Runs off successive deliveries. It's a big shout. Kim Cotton not interested. This time Hunter did go up.
I think it might have been because of the shot that was played. That's why she went up this time. Good length from Alana Dalzell. Troubling length. Just straightens up. It does look like it's going down leg, but the stance... She's starting her front foot pretty much outside leg stump, so that's a good indicator for Kim Cotton.
That'll be another wide.
And maybe the ball just getting a little bit old here for Lana Dalzell. Not as much swing, so she needs to adjust her line. Maybe start the ball on off stump or just outside.
That's much better. Big nick. And Chuma goes for 4. Dalzell has her second. And that ends the 8th over. Zimbabwe 17 for 2.
Well, the first time she's tried to be expansive, Chuma. And a tiny bit of movement does for her. She goes for 4 from 22 deliveries with a strike rate below 20. Zimbabwe 17 for 2.
Another look at this delivery. Dalzell, who struck with her first, forcing Chuma into the shot. Close enough to the off stump for her to want to go on the drive. Slight movement away, takes the outside edge, and Hunter takes a fine catch. So Zimbabwe 2 down. 8 overs done. The captain now, Chipo Mugurutiripano, makes her way to the crease. Just 2 short of her half-century in the first Women's One Day International.
She's the linchpin for me. Chipo Mugurutiripano. She's got to try and bat for a very long time for her team here today. It was the last ball in the over, so she won't be facing first up.
Prendergast into her 5th. She's only conceded 1 run, and that was a wide down leg because the ball swung so much. No runs off the bat of the first 4 overs for Prendergast. Ball in a wider channel, just holding its line. Dururu trying to cut that away, missed out.
At the other end, Tirapano is desperate for some of her players to get into form ahead of their T20 World Cup qualifier. That's from the 31st of August to 6th of September in Namibia.
I'll sneak through for the single here. McBride quickly onto it, but can't collect first time, and Captain Mugeri Tirapano charges through for the single, brings her on strike. So left-handed batter now for Orla Prendergast. First time she's bowling to a left-hander in this match.
Helmet comes off for Cara Murray. She's going to go into a second slip or a gully, you'd imagine. I think Orla Prendergast is enjoying just focusing on her bowling. She doesn't have to make the fielding changes. Gabby Lewis doing all of that. Yeah, it is a gully for Cara Murray. She's quite close in there.
Little troubler, first up.
It just kind of ballooned up off the bat, didn't it? So it could have gone to either the catchers or the keeper. And Ireland would love to get Spiwe Tirapano out.
Yeah, she's the one player who's consistently been a bit of a thorn in the Irish side this series. She made an unbeaten 42 in the first match. I think it was 11 was the only fixture in which second T20 was the only fixture in which she didn't go on and score or top score for Zimbabwe. 39 in the third, and then started with 48 in the first of the women's one-day internationals here. So 3 really good knocks out of 4.
Yeah, I think she's just looks organised, keeps it pretty simple. Tirapano. She's good around point.
9 overs gone. Zimbabwe 18 for 2.
Good through point against the seamers, and then against the spinners she's very good into the leg side. Anything short, she gets the bottom hand involved and has good power as well. And I think she's got a good judge of a run as well, which is a great skill to have as a batter. Ireland's judgment of runs wasn't great in the first day, so that might be something they will have spoken about coming into this match.
I think you're right, but a lot of that comes with experience as well. Bear in mind, Mugeri Tirapano has been playing international cricket since 2008, I want to say. I remember seeing her in South Africa when she was a 15-year-old, playing against really tough South African opposition, and acquitting herself rather well as Dalzell starts with a wide. And she's learned through cross generations in Zimbabwe cricket, and she's one of the players who's come through having done the hard yards and helped Zimbabwe earn their T20 international status and one-day international status over the last 6 or 7 years.
Dururu looks like she's trying to get going. Dalzell will be happy to see that. I think it was the first really attacking shot that Shuma played that saw her go back to the tent. And I suppose for Dururu, having faced a lot of Orla Prendergast, she's happy to be down the other end and facing the other opening bowler, who ironically has been the one who's taken the 2 wickets.
Straighter from Dalzell, whipped away, could be 2. Dururu calls nice and early. She has been troubled, shall we say, by Ola Prendergast. Only one run off the bat in 5 overs of Ola Prendergast, which is quite astonishing.
It's also astonishing there's no boundaries in the opening 10 overs. So it's really tough going for Zimbabwe. They're lucky Ireland are being a little bit generous with the extras today. They've used their pads well as well, Zimbabwe.
Second time she's fielded off her bowling this over.
Yeah, I thought there hadn't been any boundaries yet, but I just thought I'm going to have to check because I don't remember ever having seen a game where there's no boundaries in the first 10 overs.
There's been a few club games I can think of, but this is a different level.
Do you know what? I have played a bit of cricket in our second ground for Marion where the grass is very long and I'd say there are plenty of overs that don't see any boundaries.
Well, those are the astonishing matches in which you look at the end of the scorecards and there's more 6s than 4s because the only way you're going to reach the boundary is to hit it over the rope directly.
I thought you were going to say over the grass.
Oh yes, 2, another wide.
Just getting maybe a little bit tired now. Lana Dalzell trying to finish her action, just spraying it down leg side.
Dalzell, who's never picked up more than 2 wickets in a single international, finds herself 2 for 17 inside the opening power play. 1 ball remaining in her 5th. End of the opening power play. Zimbabwe 22 for 2. Lana Dalzell 2 for 17 from her opening 5 overs. A few too many wides down leg, as Ireland have conceded a dozen extras already in this innings. Isabel Joyce makes way. Celeste Rock is in after the opening 10 overs. Ola Prendergast to continue. 0 for 2 from 5. Only 1 run off the bat in her opening 5 overs. And Captain Mugeri Tirapano has a go at one that's swinging away. Welcome to the commentary box, Celeste.
Thanks, Dwayne. I've been enjoying watching Ola Prendergast here. 3 maidens in her first 5 overs. It's an incredible show of control. She's really troubling the Zimbabwe batters.
And right on the spot as well, bowling to the left-hander.
And of course, Alana Dalzell coming on, and first ball of her spell, taking the wicket. Impressive start from her as well.
I suppose it wasn't just any wicket. It was the wicket of one of the batters who's stood up, or one of the players who stood up. Killis Ndlovu would take nothing away from her bowling as well. Very much an all-rounder.
She is the big wicket in the Zimbabwean team.
So Prendergast coming round and delivers her second wide of the innings. To bowl into the left-hander. It's more like where she wants it. A few gasps.
That just shows how difficult she can be to play Ola Prendergast. She's brought that ball in a long way and then it's moved away from the batter, away from the left-hander Tirapanu off the pitch. With the 2 slips there, the slip in the gully, she's looking a good chance of taking a catch behind the wicket there.
Takes an edge, looks to have just dropped short of Lewis. There's a big appeal for shy at the stumps, that is, hit the wickets. But plan nearly coming to fruition. Looking to find the edge of the Zimbabwe captain. Did so, just falling short of Lewis.
She's quite wide there, Gabby Lewis. Second slip.
Again, substantial movement away from the left-hander. If there is a batter in this lineup who showed over the years that she can deal with the many challenges of bowlers, particularly in foreign conditions, it is Mugeri Tiripano. She's, as Isabel Joyce mentioned a few overs ago, very much the linchpin for Zimbabwe this innings. And Zimbabwe will take a leg bye.
And Prendergast only going 3 off her 5.5 so far. It's a question of whether Zimbabwe are going to be happy enough to just see her out for all 10 overs today, whether they're going to be willing to take some risks and try and score at a quicker rate against her.
Back to Dururu, who hits this one hard, and we might see the first boundary of the day. Indeed we do. Dururu into double figures, she goes to 10. First 4 of the innings, and it's come off Ola Prendergast. 0 for 7 from her 6.
With how well Prendergast has been bowling it, we haven't seen a huge amount of intent to score, but Dururu has shown us there, with a little bit of width, a little bit fuller from Prendergast there, that she is willing to take Prendergast on when it's in her area.
So well, we're 28 for 2 after 11. So we're going to see a change in bowling here. Ava Canning has got ball in hand. Produces deliveries that swing in sharply to the right-handed batters. And she'll be bowling to the left-handed Mugeri Tiripano. So first bowling change. Ava Canning introduced in the 12th over.
Bowling from a different angle and a different height than Dalzell, so a big change. She'll have wanted the new ball herself.
Talk about her prodigious swing, and she produces a relatively straight delivery first up.
But it is great for Ireland to have multiple new ball bowling options as well. You've got Jane Maguire, who's out for today, Alan Dalzell, who opened today, of course, Ola Prendergast, and Ava Canning as well is able to move the new ball a long way, and that's typically where we've seen her bowl in international cricket so far.
Playing to the offside, Dalzell does the fielding. Dalzell, in a sense, is different because she works the ball away from the right-handed batter.
That's right, and Ireland have looked to have one that brings the ball in and one that brings the ball away in all of these matches so far, opening the bowling together if they can. It's the handy thing about the duo of Maguire and Prendergast.
Oh, one side of the bat. Zimbabwe decide against the run. Karamari very quickly onto the ball, in behind Amy Hunter.
Tirapano still yet to score off her 12 deliveries faced, and you just wonder whether that factors at all in the back of her mind as she faces up to Canning. She never does seem like she's too stressed or under pressure in what we've seen so far from her.
Eva Canning's looked very much at home in international cricket. I think back to the debut against Scotland. I mean, she'd only just recovered from a broken ankle. She just relished the role, it seemed, and fitted in so very comfortably. Took a wicket in her first over as well, and could have had one here, I think. Did it carry to Karamari? Into the 12th, Zimbabwe 28 for 2.
And this looks like it's a very sharp chance for Karamari there in gully. She really tried to get her hands through it as Tirapano, and Murray has done well to stop the shot, but that's absolutely flown at her.
Parried down by Murray. So Mogeri Tirapano dropped on naught. Louise Little is coming in from the Belfast City end to replace all of Prendergast after bowling 6 overs on the trot. That's nicely played, Dururu. Just guiding it down to Dalzell. Louise Little officially, Lulu Little to virtually everyone in cricket circles.
It is great to see her getting an opportunity with the ball. She's been put in as more of a batting all-rounder in the ODI series, in the T20 series.
That's wide. She's genuinely one of the cricketers in this lineup who adds value in all 3 facets of the game: batting, bowling, fielding. And Gabby Lewis wasn't on the field for the first one-day international. It was Little who was called on as the sub-fielder, owing to her ability.
You can see Lewis there moving the field around, and one of the hallmarks of Gabby Lewis's captaincy is she is quite an attacking captain, and she brings in catches and she brings in slips. She's quite creative, as you can see here, an attacking field to draw the shot.
Was there for the shot, but Mogeri Tirapano doesn't make the contact she aspired to.
"15 balls now without a run, and making this hard for Tirapano. Containing her very well here.
It's another wide. Only 15 runs off the bat in this innings from Zimbabwe. The run rate just over 2.5. Karamari looks like she's going to be moving out of slips. Almost sort of gully at the moment. It's going to get through. Leopold will chase, but it'll be in vain. It'll reach the rope, and Mogeri Tirapano is off the mark with a boundary 4.
It's a great shot to get off the mark from Tirapano. She's given width by a little there. Little had been a bit too straight in the previous two deliveries and then has gone and overcorrected and gone a bit wide there. Great shot from Tirapano to get off the mark.
Straight at this time. Straight to Leah Paul, who chucks one in wildly. Hunter was moving to her right to get towards the stumps, and Leah Paul has tossed that into Amy Hunter's left, having to shift her momentum. She's unable to reach it, and Zimbabwe snaffle a single.
Ireland's fielding has been quite good in this series. They'd be happy so far in both the T20 and the ODI series. They've taken the vast majority of their chances and they've looked very tidy out there, especially on the boundary.
This one's going to be called wide down leg. Top edge, but this is going to fly away over gully. Dalzell does the fielding, coming in off the rope.
Duru's tried to have a really big swing at that. You could see her weight was up. She wasn't really watching the ball. Threw her hands at it. Misdirected, but safe. Got through for the single.
End of the 13th over. It's a good one for Zimbabwe. 10 off that little over. Zimbabwe 38 for 2. Two batters who can certainly up the strike rate for Zimbabwe. Significantly, they've only lost 2 wickets. Still got a few batters who can score some runs and frustrate the Ireland bowlers. But Ndlovu and Chuma, both significant run scorers for Zimbabwe recently, find themselves back in the hut. Canning to continue into her second over now.
That's a great area for Canning. Landing the ball. She's tall and she bowls a length that's difficult to drive. So she's tough to score against unless she deviates with a line. And that's what we saw in that Scotland series that she debuted in that you mentioned. She hit the scene with big in-swingers and the opposition found it really difficult to play her.
She's also got a really good in-swinging Yorker. This one's just swinging too much. And like Prendergast, Canning is starting with a series of dot balls. She had a maiden in her first. 8 deliveries now in succession, from which Zimbabwe have not scored. Big appeal, and that's gone over Canning strikes. Zimbabwe are 3 down as Dururu goes for 12 or 41. Trapped LBW.
This is such a great delivery from Canning here, and it was exactly what Ireland have come to expect from her. She's bowled it full enough to get a huge amount of swing. Huge amount of swing there. Trapped her on the crease. And Daru is gone. It's just that amount of movement. It's really difficult to play. Really difficult to keep out.
Well, back pad. And she's trapped on the crease. Kim Cotton has no hesitation. Beloved Biza is next in for Zimbabwe. The 16-year-old from Chitungwiza, just outside Harare. One of the bright young stars of Zimbabwe cricket.
She's been so impressive this series with both bat and ball. She showed great intent.
And beloved Biza's made her way out to the middle. The teams are just enjoying a moment of rehydration. So to the umpires. They're wanting to win all facets of the game, Ireland. They're wanting to break the match down into smaller chunks and to have victories in all of those smaller chunks. We saw the substantial differences between the various periods of the game in the first one-day international. Zimbabwe fought back in the death overs, and Ireland looked well set to score over 300. Ireland, with ball in hand first up here at the ward at Stormont, have struck 3 times. Eva Canning, the latest to strike.
And they'll be well pleased that the wickets have come from the 2 bowlers that have bowled so far that have come into the squad this match. So Eva Canning coming in, and Alana Dalzell looking like a great wicket-taking option as well for Ireland. Of course, all the Prendergast ever economical at the other end, building up pressure.
Biza to face. Big appeal. Kim Cotton shakes her head immediately.
Zimbabwe, as a unit, have enjoyed having width when they've been batting. They've scored a lot of their runs off balls that are wide of the stumps. So a bowler like Canning, as we'll see here, first ball to Biza. Ball coming in a long way. Her height working against her there. Canning has a high release point, so she does extract a bit more bounce than some of the other bowlers, meaning sometimes it's harder to get an LBW bouncing over the stumps. But the in-swing of Prendergast and of Canning has meant that batters are cramped a little bit more for room and have had to try and score off balls off the stumps, whereas a way swing can sometimes allow these two to have a bit more freedom. And that's the right-hander, of course.
Yes, left-hander on strike now. Zimbabwe scampering through for a single off that wide down leg. Solid contact from the captain, and this sneaks past Dalzell. Little is chasing after it. She's done well to keep it in. Zimbabwe will take 3. Excellent work from Little on the boundary. The end of the 14th, Zimbabwe 43 for 3.
We spoke before about how all three dimensions of cricket Lulu Little can excel in, and this is something that she really adds to the team when she's fielding. She's very athletic and fast out there. You can see she never gave up on that once. She knew she was going to get there, and she's saved her team a run. Luckily the ball didn't hit the hat either.
Yes. Seen a few fives over the years. Zimbabwe just looking to up the run rate now. It's up over 3 for the first time in the game. Very strong on the offside is Mugeri Tiripano. Hasn't got quite so many shots away through the offside as you might have expected this series, and that's a credit to the fielding side as well.
Ireland have bowled a little more back of a length than what I've seen them bowl in previous series as well.
Straighter from Little.
The seamers in particular have bowled a little back of a length, so it's kind of eliminated strong driving shots through the offside for Tiripano, which would be her strength.
Yeah, she's yet to be out for single figures in this series. 42, 11, 39 and 48 her scores. She's one away from double figures here. Smashing at one in a slightly wider channel, Biza. She's got a slightly more aggressive approach to batting than some of her teammates. Looks to score a little more rapidly. But at 16 is still very much learning her trade. Although, to be fair, I mean, Louise Little is bowling and she made her international debut against England before her 14th birthday.
It does feel like Louise Little has been around forever. She's she's been in and out of the side a little bit more than she'd probably like recently, but she's made a big claim this series to try and every time she's had an opportunity, she's really put her best foot forward, and that's what a lot of these players will be doing and looking to do with selection for the European qualifiers coming up.
It's a really good second over that she's bowling here, just the single from it. Biza goes after one down a wider channel again. That ends the 15th. Zimbabwe 44 for 3. Few with cricket in the family. Mugeri Tiripano, of course, married to Donald Tiripano, the Zimbabwean Test cricketer. They've got a daughter who might very well grow up to represent Zimbabwe as well. Canning continues into her third. It's going to be called wide.
She's very lucky to be able to watch her mum be able to play for her country. It's a very cool thing. We're seeing more and more women's players having children and coming back now, which is, it's brilliant.
Struck firmly, that'll go all the way. It's going to race across this outfield. And into double figures goes the captain. This time bisecting the field very nicely. There was a little gap between Paul and Dalzell and Lewis.
It's a great shot from Tirapanu, and as is common with a lot of this series, if width is given and the bowlers are bowling a little too full, makes it a lot easier for the Zimbabwean batters to pounce on and score and hit fours.
And as much as she's missed a few, including chasing a few wide ones, that one called wide by Kim Cotton, she does play swing rather well. Zimbabwe 50 up with that wide.
That's the length from Canning. That's where she'll want to be landing the ball. Tirapanu, it's not full enough to drive. It's not short enough to go back and across.
Wind up, didn't make the contact she desired, did Geri Tirapanu. Another dot ball for Canning. This over threatening to get away with her with the wide, the four, and then the wide to start. And she's come back nicely with a couple of dot balls.
It's the only thing so far that Ireland would be a little disappointed about so far in their innings. 16 wides in 15 overs.
Gabby Lewis, another one of the prodigiously talented youngsters. She was barely a teenager when she made her international debut. Maybe just a little bobble in front of Dalzell. Doesn't take cleanly, but no runner cruise for Zimbabwe.
It's a tough place to field there in point, just in front, in the square cover where you've got the square, which is really hard. The ball can bobble around.
Five successive dot balls to end her third over. Ava Canning's got 1 for 11. Zimbabwe after 16 are 50 for 3.
Tirapanu has started off well with 13 off 28. She started to catch up after 15 consecutive dot balls to start, and Daruru was 12 off 41 before she met her demise from Ava Canning. So 21 extras in amongst it as well. 3 wickets down for 50 at the end of 16 overs.
Little continues. This is through the gap from Biza. She's off the mark, and it might be with a boundary. It just reaches the boundary. Prendergast chasing in vain ultimately, but Biza off the mark. And she goes square of the wicket on the offside.
Brilliant way to get off the mark from Biza. Pushed that very well through the field. And again, just a little too much width from Louise Little. Much better line there to Biza from Little. No width that time. It's a good comeback after being hit for 4.
Biza, meanwhile, looking to prove her prowess in foreign conditions for Zimbabwe. And that has taken the edge. Biza goes. Louise Little strikes. Zimbabwe now 4 down for 54. Amy Hunter has her second catch of this game.
This is a great comeback from Louise Little after being hit for 4 from the first ball of the over. She bowled a great dot ball and then she's come back. And this is angled in. Biza hasn't really got back enough. She hasn't committed to go back to this ball. Without much footwork, she's ended up catching the outside edge straight through to Hunter.
And that brings Modesta Mupachikwa to the middle. She's batted in a number of places down the Zimbabwe order over the years, but has seemed to find her home a little more in the middle order now as Upachikwa. She comes in with Zimbabwe's score on 54. And in the 17th over, another tireless campaigner for Zimbabwe over the years. A long-time wicket-keeper who will have the gloves today after Dururu kept in the first Women's One Day International.
Nice and full there from Little, trying to make Mupachikwa play early. It's a tough time to come in when your team is 54 for 4 in the 17th over. Mupachikwa, lots of experience.
Yeah, and she's one of the few batters in international cricket. In fact, she's number 2 on the active players list in terms of innings without a duck. Only Tasman Brits of South Africa currently has the longest streak of matches without a duck in one-day international cricket.
That's a great record to have, especially when you're on 0. She'll be keen to continue that and get herself off the mark quickly here.
And she usually does. Consistent contributor for Zimbabwe, usually near the top of the order. Very tidy technique, and she's a calming presence at the crease, and you could say that about both batters there for Zimbabwe currently, the captain and the long-time keeper. Zimbabwe 54 for 4 after 17.
It was a great comeback from Little there after being hit for 4 from the first ball. Louise Little now 15 off her 3 overs. She's taken 1 of the wickets. Ava Canning has taken 1 for 11 off her 3. Dalzell 2 for 17 after her first ball claimed Kelis Nkovu. But Prendergast really has been the standout despite not taking any wickets. She's only gone for 7 off her 6 overs, including 3 consecutive maidens.
I was about to remark on that. It is good to see the 3 bowlers in for Ireland today all striking. Oh, and that's been put down. It was hit very firmly by the captain. Straight to her opposite number, just to the right of Gabby Lewis. She's unable to hold on. Tosses her head back in frustration at this. It was a chance, but it was a very, very difficult opportunity.
And a real look of disappointment for Gabby Lewis there, but she's hit that so hard, and there's no one else you'd want in that position there. In short extra cover, diving to the right. Just hasn't stuck today.
There are a few very sharp chances that Mugeri Tiripano has given Ireland. Murray couldn't hold on when she was on 0, and Gabby Lewis couldn't hold on to this incredibly sharp chance.
And the big positive for Ireland is that they're setting attacking fields and really drawing Tiripano into playing those shots. although it does go down in the drop column, and you can see Gabby Lewis there looks like she's struggling a little bit with her finger after that attempt. The positive is that they're creating these chances and they're setting these fields that are really attacking and trying to take wickets.
Squeezed away. Delaney will field. Yeah, you're right. It almost seems unjust to have those go down in the dropped catches column when you consider how a few fielders might actually take them. But every so often they stick. And that's not a critique of the quality of the fielder.
She's a brilliant fielder, Gabby Lewis, and she moves so well that they actually look like they're an easier chance than what they are, because she makes so much ground.
Just a phenomenal cricketer is Gabby Lewis, leading this Ireland side with aplomb. Canning though, creating that chance early on in this over. And she has, she's created a good few chances for Ireland. End of the 18th, Zimbabwe 55 for 4. Hasn't been Mugeri Tiripano's most fluent innings, but importantly for Zimbabwe, she's still there. She's in double figures, keeping that run rate just above 3. Little from the Belfast City end to bowl her 4th. And she's put that away. Mugeri Tiripano, enough bat on that, enough width as well. Takes full advantage. And races to the boundary.
And just like Biza, it's when there's width for Tiripano that she looks most comfortable scoring. And you can see there, a little too much width from Little. And that is Tiripano's strongest area.
Sometimes going in search of those wicket-taking deliveries, you can stray slightly. Maybe Ireland have done that a little today. They've bowled a lot of good wicket-taking deliveries. And this one, though, is put away again by the Zimbabwe captain. She's on to 22 now. And over the last 15-odd balls, she's going at quicker than a run a ball.
And just a bit too much with Tiripano again, pouncing on anything that's wide. And it's a great show of maturity that she was able to face 15 balls without a run and know that she'd be able to catch up as she has. Much better line again there from Little.
Those last 2 shots from the Zimbabwe captain, and the Wasp is hovering just below 200. Ireland will be seeking the 6 remaining Zimbabwe wickets.
If they're going to get to the 200. This partnership is extremely important for the two of them. They've lost the wickets of a few of their young, bright talents, but these two are the two that can really dig in.
This time shows her strength leg side. Quickly onto that. Canning's out there and restricts Zimbabwe to a single. End of the 19th. Zimbabwe 64 for 4. Good over for Zimbabwe. Couple of boundaries by Mugeri Tiripano. Only 4 bowlers used by Ireland so far. One wonders when we might see the introduction of spin.
I was just thinking that I was thinking that this could potentially be the over, but Ava Canning has been troubling them in the last couple of overs, only going for 1 off the last over.
The seam has worked in many respects. Dalzell striking twice. Little and Canning have both claimed a wicket. Prendergast genuinely troubled the Zimbabwe batters. She's only gone for 7 in her 6.
No doubt Cara Murray and Lara McBride will be looking on, waiting for their opportunity. They've both bowled well in this series so far. Murray being a real wicket taker, and McBride impressing on her first outing for Ireland, her first series for Ireland.
A little shorter from Canning this time, but Mugeri Tiripano can't work it away. Have to go square, finds little, fielding at point.
It's a very tight line from Canning. Difficult for Tiripano to score off.
It's been really good from Canning when you consider how effective she is to the right-handers, to be right on the spot against the left-hander. Playing the miss.
And it is so tough for swing bowlers, especially when the ball's moving and you've got a right-left combination. So perhaps that's part of the reason that there have been a few more wides today than what we usually see from Ireland.
Another maiden in prospect for Canning here. She's 1 away from securing that. 1 for 12 from her 4.5. And as Lewis fields, it is another maiden for Ava Canning, another maiden for Ireland. 20 overs gone, Zimbabwe 64 for 4.
And Dwayne DeLocker is going to leave us for a while, and Isabel Joyce is joining me in the commentary box. So another maiden there for Ireland, 64 for 4. Mupachikwa still yet to be off the mark. Isabel Joyce, what do you make of the last 10 overs?
Yeah, just Ireland searching maybe a little bit too much for wickets, so a few extras creeping in, a few opportunities to score, so that patience from Tiripano in particular paying off. Good to see the players coming in that have been sitting on the sidelines for the first game coming in and having an impact. McBride is now coming on from the City end, the off spinner. She just bowled 7 overs yesterday, but I thought she was really good. just 22 for 2 after 10 Zimbabwe, so they've added 42 in those 10 overs.
That had a lot to do with all Prendergast's great spell, 3 maidens.
Yeah, I think so. I think they might have talked about just not counting those 10 overs towards their opportunities to score runs. She's got 4 left in the game. Nice pace there from Lara McBride. Mbachikwa will be tempted to get on the sweep, but it's a little bit full at the moment for that.
I really like this pace from McBride. Mbachikwa won't want to create the pace herself.
Squares up inside the ring, so just not allowing Mbachikwa to get easy singles here, Ireland.
And even with her experience, anyone that's no runs off 9 balls, you start to feel the pressure.
Yeah, 100%. Down the track, chance. She's quick between the wickets, Mbachikwa, so she gets home safe. Cara Murray doing the fielding. She's off the mark with that single. So they keep going at the rate they're at now. They'll get to 192. They got 191 2 days ago, so they're on track for a similar course. Ireland, I think, will be hoping to get them out more cheaply.
And a lot does hang on this partnership, although we did see Pasapanodia put together an innings.
That one looked like it was going down leg, but a good opening over from McBride. Just the single from it, 21 gone. Zimbabwe 65 for 1. Sorry, for 4. They'd be delighted if it was for 1, I think.
Yeah.
But these two, the most experienced in the side. Tirapano showing some good power. She's offered a sharp chance to Gabby Lewis that wasn't taken. You hope when that happens, when it kind of comes out of the hand, that it's just spoons straight up and you can take it on the second attempt, but that wasn't to be for Ireland. Ava Canning continuing.
That's a tough length coming back in for Mbachikwa to score from. She likes to play square on the offside, and that is challenging when you've got someone like Ava Canning bringing the ball back into the right-hander in the way that she does.
Yeah, you can see her battling with herself, isn't she? Mbachikwa, play that with a straight bat. Don't get tempted into looking to try and guide the ball or cut it. She manages to get the single this time.
Gabby Lewis very much in the game there. Mbachikwa will look to square to try and get that away if Canning is a bit straight.
Yeah, I think that Tirapano, you would imagine she doesn't mind facing Canning. She likes to play square of the wicket on the offside as well. Ireland continuing to attack, just a couple of fielders on the boundary. There's so many fielders on the offside slip. And then 5 saving the single. Gabby Lewis, a tight extra cover. Third is out on the boundary, and
it's rare that Canning is too straight to the left-hander, so that does afford Ireland the freedom to stack the offside field.
yeah, there is a fine leg kind of square on the leg side. That one's going to be wide again. But yeah, just 2 fielders on the leg side, which is good discipline from Ava Canning. And if she misses wide outside off, which we just saw there. I'm sure Ireland won't be thinking too much about it yet, but the Pakistan series coming up, do you think there'll be any changes to the squad?
They've performed really well as a unit, so it's always hard to say whether they'd change a winning team after being so successful in the T20 series. For me, The unlucky person to miss out in the T20 series was Freya Sargent. She's bowled good off spin, and she's been a real prospect for Ireland. So there's a chance that she may get her chance, but then with how well Lara McBride's played as well, it's hard to say what they do about the off spin.
So you think they'd replace one with the other rather than bring Sargent in for someone else?
It'd be hard to drop Lara McBride after she succeeded so well. So I always think it's easier when you're already in the squad and you're performing than it is when you're out of the squad. So I think if Sargent is to be brought in, it wouldn't be at the expense of McBride, and perhaps they might do away with one of the all-rounders, one of the seam bowling all-rounders. But that said, no one's done a whole lot wrong this series, so it's hard to make changes.
Yeah. It's a good shot, though, from Tirapano. She's tried that a few times. This one, the right length and a little bit of width as well, gets the hands through it, finds the gap. And Canning closes the over with a boundary.
Canning has just strayed a little wide. Even despite having the stacked offside field, there's no protection out there if it gets through. It's gone through for 4.
Lots of friends and family in of the players. It's a little bit chilly here in Stormont, but we were coming up. We drove through a little bit of rain. It doesn't look likely at the moment, which is good news. Lara McBride continuing. And Ava Canning just diving over one there. I think it'll only cost 1. Fielding's not been amazing from Ireland today. Do you think that's down to the fact that it was so quiet at the start of the game that maybe the concentration level's not there?
Perhaps, and sometimes when you take early wickets, not that there's any complacency or anything like that, but when there's early wickets and there's a lot going on, it can be a bit of a break in focus, a break in concentration. The 2 chances that they've dropped have been hit hard and have been kind of half, 3/4 chances rather than ones they easily should have taken. So still plenty of time in this innings to really put in a good fielding performance.
It was Cara Murray, was it, in Gully, put down the first chance?
Yeah, it was Murray with the first one.
And then Gabby Lewis. Both would have been brilliant catches had they been taken.
And they're both very much in the game, so they'll be determined to get as many opportunities as possible to make up for it.
Down the pitch and heaved away wide of mid-on. Good power there from Mupachikwa, looking to try and get her innings motoring.
And this is brilliant from Mupachikwa. And what it does is it just sets a tone to Lara McBride and tells her that she's not just going to be happy to stand there and take those slow balls that are on Midland leg. It tells her that she's going to have to do something different if she wants to contain Mupachikwa.
Just 3 fielders out in the boundary for Lara McBride.
As a spinner, it's always, you don't want to feel like you're having the batter dictate where you bowl. And early on, McBride was landing the ball wherever she wanted, and she was in control. So Mupachikwa was just kind of shifted the momentum there.
Yeah. She's trying to force another fielder maybe out. Oh, I thought about it there, but it was the arm ball from Lara McBride, so just about drops the bat net. The boundary and 2 singles in that over. 23 gone. Zimbabwe 77 for 4. '24th over, leg spin introduced. Cara Murray swapping ends. She's at the Dundonald end. She's didn't look at her most fluent in the first one-day international. She did take a couple of wickets and got to 50. Fastest Irish bowler to get to 50 wickets in a one-day international cricket.
And that's a huge achievement. And even when Cara Murray's not at her absolute best, she's always a wicket taker. So that's something that she can take away from it. We saw her best in the T20 series.
Nice start. Came out of the hand okay. The line a little bit wide, but Tirapano happy to just watch it and see if there's any turn. A little bit of flight. Cover is out, so Tirapano will rotate strike. Still only 3 outside the ring. So Gabby Lewis definitely continuing to put pressure on. Mid-off and mid-on inside the ring. So that's something that Mupachika will try and do. You'd imagine she'll try and push one of those back. At the moment it's mid-wicket, backward square and cover out in the boundary. Yeah, she's trying to access that area. So it's a wicket-taking opportunity for Cara Murray. Have your taller fielders there if you can. Ava Canning's one of them. She's in mid-off. So she's well placed. We've seen her take some absolute screamers in that position against England in particular last year in Clontarf in the T20s. And again, finds Canning.
And I like this field. We haven't seen Mupachika come down to the leg spinner and go straight over the top of the sight screen yet. So I always feel until it's been proven that they can do it, you may as well try and encourage it.
Looking to take a single. Doesn't manage to do it. Lara McBride doing well. Those fielders on the ring or inside the ring are pretty tight, so pretty difficult to rotate the strike there. Good opening over from Cara Murray. She'll be pleased after her start wasn't so good the other day. One from it after 24. It's 78 for 4.
Spinners both showing great control from the start of their spells today. McBride already reminding the batters that she has an arm ball, throwing it in at the last ball of the previous over.
And both these batters happy to go on the back foot even when it's really full. It just shows maybe there's a little bit of a lack of pace in the surface. Very good on the sweep. Tirapano, she got to 48 on Saturday. She'll be keen to cross the half century. Her first half century on the tour, but she's scored well. 42, 11 and 39 in the T20s, 48 2 days ago. Tossed up and almost gets the wicket. Mupachika saw that one going very, very far, but in her mind's eye, just about gets a little bit of bat on it and manages to scamper down to the other end.
That's really well bowled by McBride. You can see the temptation there with mid-on and mid-off up. Slow through the air. And she has got lucky to get some bat on there, as that's gone through for a single. You can see the plan that McBride's got in place here.
A good brave bowling, mid-off, mid-on, up inside the ring for her as well. Slightly quicker through the air, won't be a single or the Prendergast marshalling that area well. That's going to be a wide, just not quite getting across the left-hander Lara McBride. Are you surprised to see her bowl over the wicket rather than around?
I am, yeah. I thought she was going to come around to the left-hander. But it is a good angle. The only thing is it just allows Tirapano to sweep a bit more and a bit freer.
So if you were McBride, you'd bowl around. 25 gone, 81 for 4 Zimbabwe. If they double their score from here, they only get to 162. They will be hoping for a lot more than that, having won the toss and deciding to bat first.
Back onto the over and around. Sometimes it is what the bowler's more comfortable as well, rather than what the batter's doing, especially for young spinners coming into the squad.
Lovely from Murray. Good field this, I think, from Gabby Lewis, having the square leg in there. Both batters like to drop it into that area and get a single, and rather than covering the boundaries, Ireland opting to keep an extra fielder in the ring on the leg side. Really flighted delivery, but Mupachikwa can't find the gap.
Yeah, it's a great plan, making it really difficult to hit a single and get off strike here.
Goes across the stump. Sharp turn from Cara Murray. That could have easily come off Mupachikwa and gone onto her stump, so she needs to be careful if she does that again. That's the first sign of real turn for Murray.
It is, and it's exactly the ball that Mupachikwa didn't want to turn. But she got the ball to move a little bit in the first ODI.
A little bit quicker through the air. That's going to go straight to Prendergast. When you see that kind of turn, and not every ball is turning, do you think it's more down to the pitch, or is that one that Murray put extra revs on to get that extra turn?
I think it can be a bit of both. That last ball that she bowled definitely was intended to skid on. People can sometimes assume that big turn is what you really want every ball, but it's more that you don't want the batter to know what's going to come. So if you can get one to turn a long way and then the next ball goes straight on, that's more dangerous than bowling 6 really good turning deliveries.
Good unpredictability from Cara Murray as she bowls a maiden for her second over. 26 gone. Zimbabwe still 81 for 4.
Murray will be delighted with that over. She's managed to show the batters that she can turn the ball a long way. She's had a little bit of skid, a little bit of slide on with the ball. Nothing better than having a maiden to your name.
Yeah, what I was just going to say, I wonder, did she look back over the game 2 days ago and just like one or two little tweaks can make a big difference? That one just pushed into the offside. Mupachikwa just really struggling to get going. 8 from 28.
You made a great point with her scoring areas that she scores singles in being covered. It's been tough for her.
And that one was a really slow one, the long ball from Lara McBride. And usually when she bowls from behind the stump, she bowls it even more slowly, trying to make it look like it's going to be a big full toss, and it just drops. Not often you see a man in a red hat behind the bowler's arm. Who's that down there? He's enjoying what he's seeing, whoever he is.
He's really got the best view in the house, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm glad he brought his red hat today, though, not his white hat.
Yeah, Mupachikwa manages to get off strike. I'm surprised that none of the people sitting next to the side screen have said anything to him.
VIP.
Modesta Mupachikwa focusing so much on the ball, he's not a distraction to her. Nice line from McBride. Reverse sweep comes out. A very good option. No third in place. Sarah Forbes gets her skates on to chase that one down. Won't make it to the rope. It'll just be a couple, but thinking to do for Ireland. They might have to take one of their fielders from the leg side if she's going to continue to play that shot. 4 from the over. 27 gone. Zimbabwe 85 for 4. Cara Murray looking good at the moment. Slip goes in. She's got through the first 2 overs, looked good, so Gabby Lewis opting to try and take the wicket-taking option. Claps from the Zimbabwe tent. They're happy to see Mupachikwa finding it a little bit more easy to score singles.
And slips come out to Tirapano, which with the ball coming back into her is not as necessary.
Oh, she thought about coming down, didn't she? But she left it too late. It was the right delivery to do it too, but she just didn't quite commit. Tirapano caught between a rock and a hard place. She wants to get going, but she knows she has to stay out there. Flatter, and that's the kind of length that Tirapano's looking for, but can't get past Gabby Lewis in mid-wicket.
Must be so hard when you feel the responsibility that she's got as captain, anchoring the innings, but also you want to get on with your innings.
Oh, looks the sweep. Manages to beat the fielder, but there's someone in the deep. Yeah, it's kind of an analogy for all of cricket, isn't it? You want to score runs, but you don't want to get out. So how you go about doing that, everyone's different. But that's why they say, and one of the best compliments you can give a batter is saying they're organised, because it means that they've got a plan. Turn, and Amy Hunter didn't expect that. A rare mistake from the Ireland glove woman.
Yeah, I think that's beaten everyone there.
That's exactly what you were saying. The spinners would be looking for unpredictability. Good drop on that. Alana Dalzell just slows it down. It might actually open the door for a second. Forbes comes round. Another good over from Murray. 28 gone, Zimbabwe 90 for 4. Have to try and find a way maybe to start scoring some boundaries or scoring off more deliveries in the over. What do you reckon's the play? Is it come down the pitch? Is it?
I think it might be. It's hard because we haven't seen. It doesn't appear to be Mupachikwa's greatest strength to go straight. She played a great shot there where she brought in the bottom hand and went to straight mid wicket. That looks to be more her zone when she comes down the pitch. But
once again, looking to just get the single.
Zimbabwe have to keep in mind that a score of under 200 is unlikely to put a huge amount of pressure on Ireland, who have scored a significantly higher rate throughout the series.
Yeah, good point. And Gabby Lewis playing as well. She's one of the top performers. Short and wide, and easily played behind point for a couple.
Where would you be looking if you were Mupachikwa?
Yeah, it's hard against Lara McBride because she changes things up so much, but I'd probably be looking for the one ball in the over that I can hit over the top. That's the long ball. And Mupachikwa waits on it nicely. It'll be another couple. So Zimbabwe realising that behind the wicket's probably their best bet at scoring runs. We saw a reverse sweep from Tirapano and Lara McBride's last over. Mupachikwa opting for anything outside off stump, looking to beat the fielder in point. That was the one where she was thinking about coming down the pitch, and it was the right one. Just, again, the execution not there.
It does require a certain amount of bravery to go down the wicket.
especially if you're not tall, which Mupachikwa is not. 29 gone, 94 for 4 Zimbabwe. Pretty slow going in terms of over rate here from Ireland. Almost 2 hours gone, and when the team's not scoring heavily, you expect the overs to go a little bit more quickly.
Been a lot less extras since the spinners have come on, but early extras in the innings does mean that you have to bowl a few more deliveries.
Yeah, 100%. 40 added by this pair. No joy up top, really. And Clovu out first ball to Dalzell, who's come into the team today. Shuma fell victim to her a few overs later. Dururu battled to get to 12 from 41. She'll have been frustrated to get through the opening spell and be dismissed by the change bowler. And then Lulu Little getting her first wicket of the one-day international series. Laura Delaney now. Field a little bit more spread for her. Third cover, fine and square out. And both these batters much stronger square of the wicket than down the ground. So that's probably something they need to work on as a unit, really. Need to have enough scoring areas that maybe third or fine need to come up at this stage in the game. That Wasp moving back down below 100 now. Finds the fielder, she'll be frustrated. Mupachikwa, that's her area, that's her bread and butter. She got the ball she wanted, short and wide, couldn't find the gap.
A little bit more pace on the ball now, Delaney, compared to the spinners. Not that she's known for getting the ball down there super quick.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see Cara Murray taken off so soon.
Yeah, I thought she was bowling really well, but perhaps with this partnership starting to, from Ireland's perspective, probably drag on a little more than they like, keeping things moving and keeping things fresh is probably not a bad idea either.
Would there be a case for, is the City end known as the better end to bowl as a spinner?
Potentially. I mean, Murray did have some success from that end.
Full and wide. Lily Little has to make some late adjustments as that one spun away from her. I reckon maybe Lara McBride's going to be taken off and Cara Murray would prefer to bowl that end.
I think you might be right. One of the things about being a spinner, especially when there's multiple spinners in the team, is that you often get given the end you don't want, especially when you've got seamers down the other end.
I think that's just something that happens to all bowlers, isn't it? Spinners always think that they get the toughest lot.
Yeah, I make spinners victims all the time. It's a tough life, is.
You don't have to run in that hard.
Some of us do.
Cara Murray runs in pretty hard.
He does.
Laura Delaney strained down leg side, and Mupachikwa actually helping her out there by just hitting it down to the fielder for a single. One away from the team century after 30. Zimbabwe 99 for 4. Thanks to Celeste Rack for her thoughts, and welcome back, Dwayne DeLocca.
Thank you very much, Isabel Joyce. Zimbabwe 99 for 4, and Mugeri Tiripano on 39 has 499 runs in women's one-day internationals. She's 1 run away from becoming the first woman to reach 500 in one-day internationals for Zimbabwe. And she's going to have to try to get there against Orla Prendergast, who has 3 maidens in her 0 for 7 from 6 overs. So Prendergast back into the attack. couple of seam options after some spin with Murray and McBride in for the last few overs. Delaney into the attack and Prendergast back in.
There's a little bit of a race, wasn't it, between these two to get to 500 first. It looks like
Yes,
Tirapana is going to get there first, but Mupachikwa just 6 away from getting to the 500 runs for Zimbabwe in one-day internationals.
And there it is. First women's international cricketer for Zimbabwe to reach 500 one-day international runs, and brings up the 100 for Zimbabwe as well. 100 for 4.
We've got plenty of these kinds of records, haven't we? A couple of Ireland players passing 1,000 runs the other day. Cara Murray getting to 50 wickets. Those records in one-day international cricket, of course.
Race down to Canning. So just the one. Big partnership developing between these two, nearly at 50. Between the experienced pair of Mupachikwa and Mugeri Tiripano, who averages nearly 40 in one-day international cricket. It's the third time she's crossed the 40-run mark in this series, across the T20s and one-day internationals. And one of the two other occasions in which she missed out, she scored 39. In the third T20.
She won't be pleased that she hasn't actually made the half-century yet in the tour. That's something that she'll have earmarked before going out to bat.
Shorter from Prendergast. Mupachikwa, though, ever ambitious, looks to go after it.
Good signs that from Mupachikwa, who hasn't had the best time of it against Orla Prendergast. She's looking pretty confident. It looks like she's actually happy to see the extra bit of pace, and she's someone who prefers, I think, seam to spin, because she's so good at utilising pace rather than creating it herself.
End of the 31st. Zimbabwe 103 for 4. And two of the calmer heads for Zimbabwe in the middle. Partnership of 49. Mupachikwa and Mugeri Tiripano. Well, it took her 15 deliveries to get off the mark. She scored for the longest time at effectively a run a ball. It's just been pegged back a little by Ireland in recent overs. The introduction of spin seeing to that. Delaney into her second over from the Dundonald end.
Gabby Lewis realising she's on the wrong side there, so that's why the pause in play. She had to run from the leg side to the off side. There are those occasions where you look around and go, hey, we've no mid off, or we've no extra cover, what's going on? Beautifully executed Yorker there from Laura Delaney, shaping in to the right-hander. Mupachikwa does well to dig it out.
Oh, Laura Delaney puts it down, slaps the pitch in frustration. Mupachikwa straight back to the bowler.
You know, these are always hard, but they say you're the best fielder off your own bowling. Laura Delaney frustrated because she should have had her first wicket there. Nice power from Mupachikwa as she punched it back to the bowler. She survives.
And this one just beats the outside edge. Here's a look at that chance again.
Looking to punch it past Delaney. Just doesn't get the hands down in time. It's almost like she was setting up for it going over her head, and then it didn't get the elevation.
Off the back foot, cut away nicely. Behind square on the offside. And the 50 partnership for Zimbabwe. 104 for 4 they are currently, but the 50 partnership coming off 91 balls between captain and the keeper. Thoughts about 2.
Around the wicket from Laura Delaney there. She's straight down leg, but once again the Zimbabwe bat is chasing it around and opting to hit the single rather than take the wide. You can see why they're looking to hit a loose delivery for 4.
32 overs done. Zimbabwe 105 for 4. And with that, we're going to have drinks. So drinks just about done. Zimbabwe having won the toss, they elected to bat. They've just gone beyond the 100 mark. 105 for 4 they are after 32. And they've got the experience of Mupachikwa and Mugeri Tiripano at the crease. Mugeri Tiripano having just gone past 500 runs in one-day internationals, and Mupachikwa just 3 runs short of that mark. Ireland, though, will be itching to get another wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be keen to break this partnership, and oftentimes a drinks break does bring about a wicket, so they'll have been pleased to get to that mark. For Gabby Lewis, it's about just mixing things up, trying to find the right formula to break the partnership, and I think both these wickets they'll be trying to take, but in particular Chipo Mugeri Tiripano will be the prize wicket. They've managed to keep her below 50 on every game so far, albeit a few of those were, well, 3 of those were T20s.
So 33rd over to be bowled by Ola Prendergast. It's wide of that off stump, and Gary Tiripano again looking for that cut shot.
Yeah, a bit of movement away from the left-hander. It looked like it came off the pitch really rather than through the air. And something that the Ireland batters will be keeping an eye on, no doubt.
Ooh. Right back into the batter. Cramped up the captain.
Yeah, good pace. The angle, I think it surprised Tiripano, because generally Prendergast takes it away from the left-hander, but the angle, the ball's just continued on with that angle from around the wicket.
Shorter, and Giri Tiripano swivels, doesn't make great contact, but works it away leg side.
No, but good awareness from her. She's seen the plan from Prendergast, was expecting the shorter one in at her that time, so had decided she would take the short ball onto the leg side.
So Prendergast is staying around the wicket to Mupachikwa.
You might be thinking about just playing into that strength a little bit of Mupachikwa's, which is behind point, trying to get her to play when it's too close to her body and take an edge maybe.
There's a short ball that's on the line of the stumps. Just getting inside the line a little too early perhaps from Mupachikwa.
Yeah, a little too early inside the line, but a little bit late on the ball. Fielder's quite square there, so she might have been just looking to try and beat the fine leg on the inside.
She'll get the single. Prendergast, who bowled a full complement of 10 overs in the first one-day international. At the end of this over will be 2 away from completing her allotted overs in this international. And it's not often you see Orla Prendergast go 8 overs without a wicket. But it's still been some excellent bowling. 0 for 13 from her 8. Zimbabwe 107 for 4 after 33.
Well, I think this is the point at which Zimbabwe have to shift gears. There's 17 overs to go. They know they have to get over 200 at the very least to try and challenge Ireland. And maybe it's Laura Delaney that they can try and attack. She won't mind that at all. She'll be happy to see them take her on. She dropped a catch in the last over. It was Mupachikwa on that occasion. She was on 19 at the time. She's just added 2 since the drop chance.
Mupachikwa thinking about 2. Well, Prendergast has to chase from mid-wicket.
I think she thought that was going to just easily run out to Louise Little on the boundary. When she realised it wasn't, she got her skates on and ran around. She had no intention of fielding it when it first got hit. Thought we were going to see Leah Paul in the last over when Orla Prendergast bowled. She'd been hovering around the umpire down that city end, so we might see her soon. The slowest spinner of the lot.
Nicely played. And square on the leg side.
You don't have to stray too much down the leg side to invite Giri Tiripano to sweep. She's very quick onto that on the leg side.
A very accomplished player all around the wicket. She's particularly strong through the offside, but she's got such an accomplished game plan leg side too.
Mupachikwa just looking to muscle that straight. She does look frustrated, doesn't she, that she hasn't managed to beat mid-off or mid-on yet. I think if I was Laura Delaney, you'd be thinking slower delivery now as you see Mupachikwa look to score.
So the cut shots, and with that, a run down behind square on the offside. She too reaches 500 runs in women's one-day internationals for Zimbabwe, and mere minutes after a captain achieved the mark, she becomes the second Zimbabwean player to achieve the milestone.
Well, Zimbabwe will be hoping that the race continues between these two, but towards 1,000 runs. Who'll win that race? Mupachikwa will be hoping it's her.
This one aerial from Mupachikwa, but she's got enough behind it to see it over the rope. She's within 2 of a half century. A joint top score of this series. And at the end of the over, Zimbabwe 114 for 4.
Yeah, once again, just straying leg side, Laura Delaney, and she'd had a practice at that shot just a few balls before. Tirapano manages to get around a little bit more quickly, and it wasn't far away from being the first 6 of the innings and taking her to 50, but she still needs 2. Sure, she'll have glanced up at the scoreboard and recognised that she's where she was yesterday when she couldn't quite make it to the milestone.
You called it, Isabel Joyce. Leah Paul's being introduced. 16 overs remaining in the Zimbabwe innings. Leah Paul, the third spin option for Ireland. Bowling to Mupachikwa first up.
A little bit of turn, which is good to see. Like I said, she's the slowest of the Irish bowlers, so a good bowler to bring on at this point, because it's the kind of time that Zimbabwe are trying to get going. So they're going to have to create all the power.
Yeah, precisely. And Mupachikwa, unlike Mugeri Tiripano, as you say, doesn't like to put too much on the ball, prefers the pace bowlers as a result. And she can work the pace of the ball. This one a full toss. Just past Prendergast. He gets a big hand on it.
It was an inviting delivery, wasn't it? But once again, the scoring option, they just can't seem to find the gaps more often than not. Ireland in the right places and fielding pretty well as well. I don't think I've ever seen a game where more wides have been made into singles than this one. They keep on chasing those wides down legs, Zimbabwe, and it's not really paying off for them. They keep just getting a single.
Mupachikwa cuts it, she wants to. She calls early, and Ireland gone to the keeper's end where Mupachikwa is back comfortably. End of the 35th over, 15 overs remaining. Zimbabwe 118 for 4. And with that change in commentary, Isabel Joyce makes way for Celeste Raak. Raki, we spoke about the significance for Zimbabwe of these two batters staying there for a prolonged period, and indeed a very fine partnership that's building up between Mupachikwa and Mugeri Tiripano, who's one away from her half century now.
It really is, and we haven't had a wicket since the 17th over, so these two have managed to, for 18 overs, really build this partnership.
Oh, that just didn't get up. But that will be the half century for Chipo Mugeri Tiripano, she comes back for 2. She can raise her bat. She's gone to 51. It's her 5th one-day international half-century in just 14 innings.
She's really deserved it. She's been so close throughout this series. She's really been the backbone of the Zimbabwe innings.
Full toss, but she's picked out the fielder. Maybe the opportunity now to open up, play a few more expansive strokes.
The team are going to need that if they're going to put a competitive total on the board for Ireland here.
Little will field in the deep. Beg your pardon, it's 15 innings she's had now. So 5th half-century in 15 innings, an average of over 40 for the Zimbabwe captain.
Big chase on.
Oh, McBride is quick. Zimbabwe will run 2 byes.
Tiripano will be disappointed there. She's had 2 full tosses this over, and if they're going to accelerate the scoring, that's exactly the ball they need to capitalise on. Looks like a very different over if those ones are both boundaries.
End of the 36th, Zimbabwe 125 for 4. So 14 overs remaining. There's a look at the wagon wheel.
It's very square, very square. So she's really, anytime she gets width, as we've seen, she's capitalised on it. But we were discussing before whether mid-on, mid-off should be up. And you can see here she hasn't really troubled Ireland with hitting straight down the ground at all.
Eva Canning comes back into the attack, but she's going to be bowling from the Belfast City end. A couple of maidens in her opening 6, 1 for 18 she has. Straight to Prendergast. That was better. Just find a little gap, a little prod, and quickly into the run.
Playing Canning at this time of the innings is a little different than playing her when she's bowling first change. Early in her spell, she gets a huge amount of in-swing to the right-hander and away swing to the left-hander. When the ball's a bit older, she doesn't have quite as much swing. She has to bowl a slightly different length in order to be hard to hit.
Chasing a wide one. It is called wide by Rolly Black. Partnership of 73. It's been a good stand. It's lasted 20 odd overs. It's probably think about 2, but I'll just take the 1 for that shot. Mupachikwa whipping it off her pads. Both these batters in this partnership and in this innings have gone beyond 500 runs in Women's One Day International cricket. For Mugere Tiripano in her 15th innings. 23rd innings for Mupachikwa. But both consistent performances for Zimbabwe over the years. .37 overs done. Zimbabwe 130 for 4. Captain's calling for a new bat, it seems.
She's been out there a good while now. Started to really catch up with that run rate. Mupachikwa still less than 50 with her strike rate there.
Murray gets some bounce. Surprises Mupachikwa.
And that area is open, but it is a very hard shot to play against Cara Murray, especially if the ball is turning away from the right-hander.
Over the top. Fielder coming round is Louise Little. She'll reel it in. Great pace from Little on the boundary. Mupachikwa gets 2. She goes into the 30s. But they're going to need a few more shots like that if they are to get to a total that they would feel confident of defending. Toss that's worked fine. Past Prendergast, Delaney comes round, and again Mupachikwa adds 2.
Could potentially be seeing a bit of a shift here from Mupachikwa. 3 balls off Murray. She's tried to play 3 positive attacking shots in a row. Show of a bit more intent. It's a great length there from Murray.
Happy to get forward and defend. It's always going to be interesting to see whether or not Mupachikwa will try to accelerate the run rate off the spin bowler. She prefers facing seam, and she can use the pace of the delivery.
And that length, although it's a bit shorter than what Murray wanted, is effective to Mupachikwa.
38 done, 134 for 4. Overs remaining. 72 deliveries. There's the new bat. It's been delivered. By Mutungwindu. A bright young wicket-keeping talent delivering the bat.
Tough spot to break into, the keeping spot in the Zimbabwe team at the moment. Dururu and Mupachikwa sharing the gloves, both of them being impressive and tidy behind the stumps. Both of them contributing with the bat as well.
Yeah, She's been playing well recently and was part of the Zimbabwe Women's High Performance 11 in a series in Rwanda a couple of months ago. Waiting for her chance is Mugeri Tiripano. Sends us out square on the offside. We're talking about both these players having passed 500 one-day international runs for Zimbabwe. Both with decorated careers. And this will work its way to the boundary. It's a fine 4 from Mupachikwa. She goes to 37. What width on offer from Canning. Mupachikwa does not need a second invitation.
And it's the first boundary in the last 4.5 overs for Zimbabwe, but it's exactly the ball that Mupachikwa wanted. She's able to put that behind the fielder at point.
To get back to the point I was making a moment ago, is that Zimbabwe have only officially had an international status, ODI status, since 2021 and T20 since 2019. So their official stats only begin relatively recently. Although both these players have been playing for the longest time. Mugeri Tiripano for over 15 years for Zimbabwe.
And isn't it great to see the change in what series she's able to play in and what she's able to do as a female cricketer in Zimbabwe now, 15 years later. So much more cricket on offer for this generation of cricketers.
Picks out the fielder, end of 39. Zimbabwe 140 for 4.
Hold the story, hold the story.
Murray, who fielded that last ball, whips off the jersey. She's going to continue bowling. Just 14 runs away from a century stand between Mupachikwa and Mugeri Tiripano. Fell agonisingly short of batting out their 50 overs in the first one-day international. Over the top, that's going to land between 3 fielders who are all converging on the ball. And quickly, that's a very, very good shout. It's very tight. Captain is only just home, says Kim Cotton.
And that is great fielding there from Ireland. You can see there wasn't a huge amount, there was a slight bit of hesitation there in the decision to run, and that is very close. Tiripano home in the end. But another shift now in intent there. Mupachikwa using her feet, trying to hit Murray over extra cover. We haven't seen that from Mupachikwa as an option yet. One must think that as I look at the scoreboard and see that 142 for 4 in the 40th over, that they'll want to start getting a little bit more positive and scoring quicker if they want to take this game to Ireland and give them a real score to chase.
Mupachikwa 10 away from a 4th half century. She's looked to be more of the aggressor in recent overs. Again up-ish, but this is going to fall just short of Dalzell.
And so close there, Dalzell sliding forwards.
Again, Upish this time clears the infield. Dalzell chases. Wheels it in. Mupachikwa adds 2.
That was the shot she was aiming for, first ball of the over. Didn't quite get right.
Well, that is the ...90-run partnership. Away from a century stand. That has frustrated the Ireland bowlers. It's going to be wide. End of 40, Zimbabwe 146 for 4.
Dwayne Doloka makes way for Isabel Joyce, who'll be joining me in commentary. Mupachikwa, 43 off 79, has started to get a bit of a move on, scoring a little bit more quickly with a bit more intent. Tirapano 56 off 90. It's a score at 146 for 4, with 10 overs remaining. Isabel Joyce, change in bowling here. Alana Dalzell into the attack.
I'm interested to see how she goes about bowling at the death. She's very good at the top with the swing that she gets, but has some slower balls in her armoury. I think her favoured one is the back of the hand slower ball. 100 partnership between these two is something they'll be pleased with. So 10 overs now for Zimbabwe to see if they can start to add some more power to their game. We've seen some powerful shots in the last 5 overs in particular. And Ireland, I mean, throughout the series we've been saying that Zimbabwe have put down chances and been made to pay. They've dropped, I think it was Orla Prendergast, Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter, all of them on 4 at different times, and each went on to make half centuries. But today it's Ireland who have put down chances and allowed Chipo Mugeri Tirapano to get to her half century. Mupachikwa was dropped by Laura Delaney on 19, and she's closing in on her first half century of the tour, her 4th overall in one-day internationals.
And it is hard to watch the batter that you've dropped go on and score and contribute to the scoreboard like these two have. But the difference in the drops between what Zimbabwe managed to not catch in the ODI series and today is that the Irish chances have been much harder.
Yeah, they definitely have. They've been. I think Laura Delaney's one probably the simplest of the 3. Cara Murray, it was a sharp chance, but she's very good in that position, so she would back herself to take that one. Gabby Lewis's one, what you'd say, you probably only catch that one side of 10. It was very, very difficult.
She's lucky to get hands on it, but the fact is that Gabby Lewis does move so well that it puts her in a position to take some of those chances where other people might not. The catches off your own bowling are always harder than they might look on television.
Yeah, I think it does come down to if you're the type of bowler who gets them hit back at you quite a lot, which Laura Delaney should, because she bowls full and straight and always has. So, you know, if it's something that you experience through your career, it's definitely easier. If you're someone who doesn't generally get the ball hit back at you, then it can be more difficult. There's a change up, a little bit of a roll of the fingers over the ball from Dalzell. Nicely dealt with by Mupachikwa, but Ireland have started the final 10 overs well. 4 dots from Dalzell. And it might just be a shift in mindset, do you think, where Ireland are no longer really thinking about wickets, just thinking about containing.
Yeah, and sometimes that's when the wickets can come as well. You know, when you try and get a little bit too creative and a bit too attacking, sometimes the wickets elude you.
Well closed out by Dalzell. An excellent over put together by her. Just the single in it. 41 gone Zimbabwe. 147 for 4. We saw a change in the batting lineup for Ireland in the final T20 international when Gabby Lewis didn't bat. Do you think we might see something similar today, or they'll stick with the expected batting lineup?
I'd be surprised if there's too much of a change. You see who's been brought into the team is mainly bowlers. We saw Louise Little as the all-rounder getting a bowl early in the innings today, which may have shown intent. That may have shown that Coach Lloyd Tennant sees her more of a bowling option in 50-over cricket than he does a batting option. But it's been impressive to see the team changing, and bowlers like Arlene Kelly, who have really contributed to Ireland's success in recent years, being rested. It just shows that he's willing to make changes and see what people can do in different positions.
Do you think it's a case of succession planning to a degree? Down the pitch from Tirapano and finds the fielder. Just didn't get enough of that. The Zimbabwe captain. And pretty straightforward chance for Sarah Forbes taken. Nicely bowled by Murray. The captain, top scores in the series, 56 from 92. But now she's got to head back. It's 148 for 5.
We discussed earlier that Tirapano hadn't hit any balls straight in a wagon wheel when she'd got to 50. And this perhaps shows that it's not where she intends to go until later in the innings. She's come down, tried to hit Murray with the spin and just hasn't got enough of it. Sarah Forbes taking the catch well there.
So 104-run partnership broken by the leg spinner, and that's what she's in the team for, to take wickets. Cara Murray, she's been pretty good, you have to say. Runyarano Pasapanodia in at number 7. She made her top score in international cricket a couple of days ago here at Stormont.
She showed us how well she can stay in when the going is tough, but what we didn't necessarily see from her is fast scoring and any risks taken in order to score quickly. So coming in the 42nd over, it's going to be interesting to see how she plays.
Yeah, definitely. She absorbed a lot of pressure, didn't she, in that first one international. Frustrated Ireland gets a really short one first up, through the shot way too early. Pasapanodia.
And if they don't bounce again before popping crease, it ends up being one of the most difficult balls to hit.
Yeah, 100%. 32 she made the other day. Straight around the sweep, a really good shot. Well, picked up by Orla Prendergast. I think that is her strongest scoring shot, so Ireland might need to look at changing the field, putting a fielder out on that one.
And that's a level of intent that we perhaps did not see in the first ODI early in her innings. Pasapanodia looking very confident there in her zone. And after scoring her top score in the last match, she's come in with some confidence.
Yeah, it took her 71 deliveries to get to that 32, so the strike rate's below 50 in that game. And another one that's really short from Cara Murray and almost comes off Amy Hunter and runs Pasapanodia out. I don't think you could count that as a stumping if it had come off, could you?
It's tough for Amy Hunter behind there when you could have a big turning ball of the century, and the next ball you could have a ball that's a little too short.
And that one's too full, but I think she prefers the good length balls. Pasapanodia, the best ball of the over, aside from the wickets, probably the one that went for 4. That brought the 150 up. Of course, 42 gone, 152 for 5. No surprise to see Alana Dalzell retain the ball. A good partnership between Tirapano and Mupachikwa, but Tirapano finally dismissed after 92 deliveries and amassing 56 runs. Mupachikwa still out there hunting for her half century. Pasapanodia joining her. Big shout, Rowley. Yeah, says yes. Had a long think about it. As I said, Alana Dalzell rarely bowls ones that will bounce over the stumps. So the two set batters out within an over of each other, which is exactly what Zimbabwe won't have wanted, but what Ireland will have. She falls 5 runs short of her half century. Mupachikwa 2 boundaries and a hard fought 45 from 86. And wickets coming in pairs for Zimbabwe, 152 for 6.
Mupachikwa fought very hard for her well-made 45 today. Alana Dalzell has rolled the fingers over that one. Slight off-cutter, and as it's hit the pitch, it's moved a little. It's well bowled in the end.
So 2 new batters out at the crease, which is definitely not what you're looking for at the back end of an innings. How often does it happen when one team looks to put the foot on the accelerator? They can lose wickets quickly. Into the team today, Nyasha Gwanzora. Didn't have a great time at the bat in the ODI in the T20 series, but I thought she was good with the ball in the 3rd game. She only got a ball in that game. We didn't see her before that.
Some interesting changes for Zimbabwe. 3 of their best performing bowlers from the first game not in today.
Yeah. Nice from Alana Dalzell. Just not giving any length for Zimbabwe to attack her.
I was saying before the difficulty of a swing bowler finding their mark on how to bowl in the death, but Alana Dalzell's been very impressive today.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Ava Canning as well, we've always thought of her as someone who doesn't really come back well, especially in one-day international cricket, so you kind of get her opening spell and that's all, which you don't want from any of your bowlers. There's the change-up, and there's a tough chance down from Laura Delaney. She'll be frustrated. Got herself in the right position. Ireland's fielding just hasn't been up to the mark today. Something that they've really wanted to put right, and today it's been disappointing.
And she's usually such a reliable presence there in mid-off. Had got there, may have been moving just a little when the ball was coming down, but she'll be disappointed with that.
A 2. They got Gwanzora off the mark with that drop. Nice change up again from Dalzell. Neither of the batters alive to the opportunity for a single.
Dalzell creating opportunities here. Already taken 3 for 20 so far. Could have had a 4th there.
Well, when you're taking those kind of catches, you want your weight on your left foot of your Laura Delaney, so you can take a bigger step if you've just slightly misinterpreted the distance the ball is travelling. Just tucked Gwanzora up for some room, and she just looked like she couldn't move that foot, that right foot, to make a late adjustment. Laura Delaney was probably a little bit further away from her than she had calculated, and you never want to take the ball that far away from your body unless you have to. That's generally when you're trying to judge maybe a dive forward, or you're trying to catch up with the ball running in off the boundary. Another change up, but hit with power straight at Laura Delaney though, so another dot. And another good over from Alana Dalzell, a success in it with the wicket of Mupachikwa. 43 gone Zimbabwe, 154 for 6. A little bit different to the feeling the other day when Zimbabwe were chasing to 288, where Ireland might have just been frustrated because it was kind of a foregone conclusion, wasn't it? This game very much still in play because Ireland are yet to bat.
That's it, and even though Ireland would have thought their par was much higher than 154 off 43 at the moment, You never know when you go into bat what can happen.
Yeah. Another drag down from Cara Murray. Well, it's starting to look like a plan. How many times do you bowl something and I know it's not a dot because Amy Hunter didn't collect, but it wasn't hit by the batter. So at what point does it become good bowling?
We were discussing before how when a spinner doesn't have as much consistency as some of the seamers, they can be hard to play. Those balls that are dying and about to bounce on the second bounce are really hard to get away.
Yeah. I think they're actually better off playing it like a throwdown, aren't you, rather than trying to go across the line.
And the fact that Amy Hunt is struggling to pick them up shows how difficult it is for the batter as well.
Yeah. Much better from Cara Murray. That nicely flighted turn away. Changing the field for Gwanzora. Square leg is out in the boundary. And Orla Prendergast in 45. They had been in the opposite positions for Pasapanadia.
It's not often you see Orla Prendergast at 45.
No. It's a cheeky little position where people generally take a single, so it's actually a really good ploy. That's much better option. And misfield from Dalzell means it'll be a single. Good power from Gwanzora.
It can be so hard with the field changes when things are happening quickly to try and keep your best fielders in the most busy areas.
Probably should have done better there, Cara Murray, but it's an opportunity for run out. That was gone for all money. Pasapanadia taking on Ava Canning, who had all three stumps to aim at, but couldn't get it right on that occasion. What looks to me for a big difference between when Ed Joyce was coach and Lloyd Tennant. There's the drag down again. Is that Orla Prendergast is by and large in the ring. She's doing an awful lot of boundary fielding, and the extra workload for her being the opening bowler and batting at number 4 means that if you can keep her in the ring, her and Gabby Lewis, then you should.
It's a really good point you make there, and what I can see in recent times is that there are more boundary fielding options now. You've got a lot more fielders that are quick out in the outfield, can throw as good as you need.
Good finish from Cara Murray. 6 overs to go in the innings for Zimbabwe. They're 158 for 6. Alana Dalzell has impressed on her return to the bowling lineup. You want your opening bowlers in particular to be able to come back and show a different skill level opening the bowling. Both she and Orla Prendergast show the different types of swing bowling. Alana Dalzell coming back, I think she's got a good Yorker. We've seen a couple of different types of slower balls as well. Just like that one.
And she's probably impressed the most out of all of the seamers bar Prendergast, who can be seen as being in a league of her own in a way. It's great to see that she's taken this opportunity and really bowled well.
Yeah, pressure on the selectors when they do get back to one-day international cricket. Ireland, that will be in South Africa later in the year. Who they think their best lineup is, because they won't be moving the team around at that point to give people games. They'll be picking their best 11 at all times. Jane Maguire and Arlene Kelly seem to have that spot at the moment, even though they're sitting out today. But Alana Dalzell and Ava Canning. Ava Canning's come in to both squads and bowled well in the last game of the series, in the T20s and the one-day internationals.
It's tricky once you get pigeonholed as an ODI cricketer or a T20 cricketer, because success in those formats does perpetuate that belief that you are an ODI cricketer. For someone like Sarah Forbes, comes in and gets a 50, but unless she's going in to score at a T20 rate, it's very tough to do. It kind of reinforces the fact that she's a 50 over batter.
Yeah, and Alana Dalzell, to me, looks very much like a one-day international bowler as opposed to T20, but the fact that she's able to bowl at the end here and show those change-ups, maybe making a case. There's that one of the change-ups, nicely struck through the offside. It seemed to accelerate off the bat of Pasapanodia, who's making the most of a pretty good passage in her career. 4 for her.
And Dalzell here has gone for the slower ball. She's tried to bowl that at the back of the hand, and she's just got it slightly wrong, just a little too full. But hard one to control, and shows good bravery from her throwing that in.
I think she just didn't finish the action, did she? You could see she was still quite upright on point of release. You have to really get through your action for that. Pasapanodia trying to take her on again. Little shuffle down the pitch, but the pace on delivery on this occasion. We've been pretty lucky through the 2 series to have no games affected by rain. We had such beautiful weather leading into the series, and then it looked like the rain was going to spoil the party, but timed the game as well. Shorter. Just senses Pasapanodia's trying to come forward at her, Alana Dalzell. I was talking to Laura Delaney just ahead of the series, and she was saying, do an anti-rain dance. Come on, we can't have such a good summer and then have our first home series affected by rain. It'd be so unlucky. Gets out of the over well, Dalzell, just going for a single. The boundary, the damage in the over and the wide as well. She's bowled 8 of her allotment, 3 for 26. And Zimbabwe with 5 overs to go, 164 for 6. Celeste Rack off for an early lunch. Dwayne DeLocca will have to wait for his sandwich or hot food, whatever's coming our way.
It's the injustice of it all.
Who does the rosters? Don't have a word.
5 overs remaining. Zimbabwe looking to increase the run rate here. Pasipanoja and Gwanzura trying to up the tempo for Zimbabwe. Pasipanoja scoring at nearly a run a ball. She's gone to 10. Laura McBride back into the attack. She's gone for 18 off her opening 5. No wickets today, but bowled very nicely across the one-day international so far.
I'm going to say what I say to kids when I coach them. Yet. No wickets yet.
Yes.
She'll be hoping to notch another one up. Ireland's newest cricketer.
Straight to Delaney, just the one. Brings Gwanzura on to strike. She's more of an accumulator. She scores runs, doesn't find the boundary too often.
I think she's found the fielders a lot, unfortunately for her. She's had pretty good contact on the ball, but just hasn't found the gap.
This one just off the outside edge. Dalzell does the fielding. Back on strike. She's proved to be the aggressor in this partnership. Zimbabwe recognise that they have a chance of getting to 200, but they've got to play a few big shots. Like this one, but this is going to be out. Cara Murray waiting for the catch. Pasipanoja departs for 11, and indeed, Laura McBride now strikes. She has her first.
.11 from 15 with 2 boundaries in it for Pasapanodia. But she went for one sweep too many. The pace not there, the length not right either. Caught the top half of the bat and goes straight to Murray in mid-wicket. So Lara McBride gets her name on the score sheet in the wickets column. Let's have a look at the where the ball was when she played the shot. It just wasn't there at all, was it? It was kind of a sweep shot. It was the arm ball as well, so it was always leaving Vasapanodia.
Brings Michelle Mavunga to the crease.
It's a great time to get Lara McBride into the attack, actually, and it's probably something that I think Orla Prendergast should have done a few days ago, is bring Lara McBride on late when people were trying to score runs, because she bowls so slowly through the air. She's got those little arm balls that swing away. She's, I think, got a really good ability late on in an innings to be brave and be willing to let players hit her over her head. She just pulled away there. Not quite sure what that was about. She wasn't ready. Maybe Michelle Mavunga. We're all on her time. Maybe that's what she's saying.
Mavunga nearly hits it straight back to McBride. First ball up. End of the 46th. Zimbabwe 166 for 7.
It was almost like a replay of Lara McBride's first international wicket, the cotton bowl. That was in Clovu on that occasion, so the left-hander. But Dalzell can close out the innings if Gabby Lewis decides. Will it be Prendergast instead? I think you'd be tempted to keep Lara McBride on and get her bowl 8. Louise Little's only bowled 4, Delaney 3. And just the one over for Leah Paul. She didn't look in the greatest control earlier.
Yeah, 8 bowlers used. Best bowling in international cricket across T20s and one-day internationals, never previously having claimed more than 2 wickets in the same game. She's got 3 for 27, and she can improve on that.
.30 extras in the innings so far for Ireland. They'll be a bit disgusted with that. 22 wides, 1 no ball. That was early on in the innings. 4 leg byes and 3 byes, which Amy Hunter will be thinking about, I think, going into the mid-innings break. It's a little bit of a strange way to play this, isn't it? Just knocking the ball around with less than 4 overs to go, 3 wickets in hand.
And Gwanzura's got to take the more senior role here. She's a long-time international, 29 years old. Mavunga's relatively new to the international scene. Rate of just over 3.5 and over. Going down leg as it wraps Manzura on the pads.
An excellent follow-up spell, hasn't it, from Alana Dalzell. 4 dots in the over so far. Just the 1 wide spoiling things somewhat. Just what you want when you've only got 3 overs to go and 3.5 overs to go in the innings if you're Ireland's captain, Gabby Lewis.
This one is not put away by Manzura. Bride reels it in.
It looked like a tennis backhand if you're left-handed. I don't know, the way it was swatted wide of mid-on there. Trying to get some overspin on it, Gwanzura. 6 from 16, so not quite what you're looking for at the back end of the innings if you're Zimbabwe.
End of the 47th, Zimbabwe 169 for 7.
They made 191 in the first one-day international. Partnership of 104 for the 5th wicket, so they would have been hoping for more than what it's looking like they're going to get to. The Wasp says 190. I don't think I agree. It doesn't look at the moment like they're going to go at 7 and over Zimbabwe.
McBride continues, fields of her own bowling as Mavunga goes straight back to her. This time, a little loft in the shot, but Canning is sitting relatively deep. Just the single, Mavunga off the mark.
They've got to target this over. Zimbabwe mid-off is up in the ring. So that should be the area, and I think that's intentional from Lara McBride. She likes to bowl a lot of those arm balls, so she's hoping they'll come down and run past the ball. She's more working with the outside edge than the one that turns in.
Down the wicket goes Gwanzura, makes contact. Canning again doing the fielding.
I think that's the way to try and take her on coming down the pitch, Lara McBride, because she kind of drifts the ball away from the right hander. You're better off kind of going with the bottom hand rather than playing classically.
Aerial, great chance of a catch, and indeed taken comfortably. Sarah Forbes with her second catch of the innings, and Mavunga's gone for one.
Really good from McBride. Takes her second. It's her second spell, and she's come on at the end and proved difficult to get away. 1 from 4 deliveries. Mavunga looking to try and make use of that mid-off fielder in the ring, but can't beat the fielder. Sarah Forbes taking a pretty good catch coming forward. It was around the shins. Never comfortable. That was the one from behind the stump, so just even less pace on it to work with.
And that's bringing Francisca Chipare to the crease. Doesn't score particularly quickly, generally, Chipare. More into the team for her bowling.
9, 5 and 1 in the T20 series.
Fell agonisingly short of batting out 50 in the first one-day international. As Chipare backs off, McBride forced to pull out of her run-up. And a full go. And a dot ball to conclude the 48th over. Zimbabwe 171 for 8.
Such a brilliant ball that, wasn't it? It was flighted beautifully, just dropped like a stone at the end, and that drift away doing for Chipare. Another brilliant over for McBride. Wasp has taken a downward movement very sharply down to 183. I think they'll still be going great guns if they get to that. I think Ireland will be hoping to keep them at under 180 at the very least.
So Dalzell to bowl out. Mighty swing from Gwanzura. Gets the bottom edge, trickles out to Murray.
Good intent from Gwanzura, mid-off and mid-on inside the ring. That was very full for the field that's set.
Comes down the wicket, and she's plundered this straight for 4. She goes into double figures, the 4th batter to do so this innings for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, great option. Just sat up nicely for Gwanzura. Into the pitch from Dalzell. Rolls the fingers over. And nice movement. Straight back over the bowler's head pretty much. Getting between mid-off and mid-on. Third up inside the ring. Mid-on goes back to long on.
on that as well. Just heading out with some speed towards the boundary rope. Paul is there though. And 2 accrue for Zimbabwe.
A couple of deliveries, 177 now, so the Wasp moving back up to 186.
9 balls remaining. Make that 8.
She'd love another one, Dalzell. Get a 4 for double the number of wickets. She's previously her best in ODIs.
Coming up towards the last ball of her spell now. As Gwanzura takes the single, brings Chipare on strike. Takes the outside edge. Ola Prendergast is there and she's not going to drop this. Chipare goes for a duck, and indeed Alana Dalzell with her best figures in international cricket, 4 for 36 is how she ends her 10 overs. Zimbabwe 178 for 9 after 49.
Brilliant stuff from Alana Dalzell, her full 10 overs today. Prendergast was, it was like she was shaken awake. She wasn't expecting that to come to her. Chipare looking to make use of this wide one, just gets maybe a bit more bounce than she was expecting, and Orla Prendergast takes an easy catch. So Ireland still on for taking all 10 wickets.
Kutsai Chikora into bat at 11. Jogging to the middle. Chikora made a quick fire 5 in the first one-day international before she fell to Murray. Last in for Zimbabwe today. And she's facing spin again. McBride to bowl the final over for Ireland.
Cover the fielder in out of the 5 you'd usually see out.
Walks past 1, and that is the end of the Zimbabwe innings. Stumped by Amy Hunter. McBride has her 3rd. As Gwanzura is dismissed for 14. The final wicket to fall for Zimbabwe here. And again, just falling short of batting out their full 50 overs. A target of 179 then for Ireland.
She started looking fluent, didn't she? Gwanzura 14 for her, but the lack of pace once more from Lara McBride proving difficult for Zimbabwe. Yeah, just a little bit of movement away. Gave herself too much room, Gwanzura, looking to go straight back over the bowler's head again. And after a pretty good innings of 14 from 25, she's the last wicket to fall.
So Zimbabwe won the toss. They opted to bat and were looking to put runs on the board. And the big partnership that stands out was the captain, Mugeri Tiripano, and indeed wicketkeeper Mupachikwa. They put together a fine stand. Both women going past 500 runs in women's one-day international cricket on their way to their marks of 56 and 45 respectively. A few other batters in double figures. Gwanzura looking to finish the Zimbabwe innings with a bit of a flourish. Walked past 1 in the final over. McBride picking up 3 of the last 4 wickets. Dalzell doing some damage both early and late in the Zimbabwe innings. 31 extras in the total of 178.
Well, there was one partnership that stood tall above the rest between Mugeri, Tirapano and Mupachikwa, 94 between them. Dururu and Tirapano did some work early on as well. They tried to see out the opening phases from the dangerous Ireland opening bowlers. But aside from that 94-run partnership for the 5th wicket, nothing really to write home about for Zimbabwe, and the younger players that we picked out before the show not able to make a difference today.
In terms of bowling, Orla Prendergast was exceptional. 0 for 13 from her 8 overs. 3 maidens in that run as well. No wickets for her today, maybe a little surprisingly. But Dalzell picking up a career best. 4 for 36 from her 10 overs. 3 for 22 for McBride, who picked up late wickets in this game. And Canning, Louise Little and Karen Murray all picking up wickets as well. Delaney and Paul also used as part of 8 bowlers that Gabby Lewis called on today.
So Zimbabwe, having won the toss and elected to bat, only managed to get to 178. It'll take some doing for them to defend that total in the second half. And we'll be back to bring you the reply in just under half an hour's time. Make sure you join us again then.
Hello and welcome to the ward at Stormont. The Ireland innings is just about set to get underway. Zimbabwe having won the toss and opting to bat. All out for 178 in the 50th over in the second match of the Women's One Day International Series between Ireland and Zimbabwe. So a target of 179 is there for Ireland to chase. And on the face of it, it looks like a task that is well within Ireland's reach. And maybe looking to chase that down in a handful of overs. They're up against a Zimbabwe side, though, that have rather remarkably only gone with 3 seamers in their team for the second one-day international. Celeste Rack is alongside, and Celeste, Ireland, you fancy, will be looking to get these runs relatively quickly.
They will, Dwayne, yeah, and they tend to play really positively even if the required run rate is low. It doesn't really change the way they go about things. Particularly Gabby Lewis, she does like to get off to a quick start and go about her business positively.
Gabby Lewis and Cyril Forbes are opening the batting. They both come into this off the back of half centuries in the first one-day international. It was a fine knock from Sarah Forbes indeed. Gabby Lewis, although she started a little more sedately than we're used to seeing from her, she upped the scoring rate rather substantially in the latter stages of her innings to be out for 51 of 61. That was the breakthrough, but it was 116, the opening partnership. Sarah Forbes will face up to the very first delivery, and it's going to be Chigora who will bowl the first delivery. She's the quickest of the bowlers in the Zimbabwe lineup today. It'll be interesting to see who opens with her, whether Mavunga Chipare or indeed if they go with a spin option to open. Kudzai Chigora to bowl the first over, and she's coming in from the Belfast City end to bowl to Sarah Forbes. First delivery of the Ireland innings. Short, and Forbes looks to pull. Coming in at neck height.
That's a real welcome to the crease for Sarah Forbes. It's tough when you're looking to get forward early and you get a well-directed short ball for one of the innings.
So run rate required of a little over 3.5. The score predictor is Ireland to win at just under 85%. Short ball again, second time up, but Forbes gets hold of this one a little better. It'll pull up short of the boundary rope, but she gets 2 and is off the mark with second ball of the innings. Oh, now Chigora has just pulled up here, and she's walking a little gingerly.
She's very important in their bowling lineup today, not opting for many seamers. So they're going to need some good overs out of her. The new ball.
After 2 short balls, it's a full one, and it's gone straight to the fielder. Forbes is gone for 2. Beloved Biza with ball in hand. She takes a fine catch to see Sarah Forbes gone for 2. Back-to-back 50s in her last 2 one-day internationals. Forbes is gone third ball in the Ireland reply.
And Forbes, after 2 short deliveries, the second of which she managed to get away, has got the full toss from Chigora, and she's hit it straight to beloved Biza. It's well taken.
Yeah, came in with some pace. Amy Hunter makes her way to the middle. She's used to opening, so this is not unfamiliar territory for her, despite coming in at 3 in the first over. Amy Hunter, who would have very fond memories of playing Zimbabwe, best known for being the youngest player to score an international century with that 121 not out she made against Zimbabwe on her 16th birthday back in 2021 in Harare.
That was a brilliant innings, and a lot of the Irish players had seen what Amy Hunter could do at such a young age, but she really did explode onto the international scene. Since then, she's managed to get some franchise deals and do very well in her short career to date.
To look to go after that. A little wider from Chigora. He struck in the first over. So 2 short balls, a full toss that was pumped straight towards Biza, and then a full and wide delivery. Full toss again. Well, that score predictor that was nearly 85% a couple of balls ago is suddenly at 73%.
It's amazing how quickly it can change.
Amy Hunter sees this one go past the outside edge. First over done. It's successful for Zimbabwe. Chigora's got the wickets. Ireland 2 for 1.
And Hunter can be guilty of trying to get outside edge onto the ball early to get down the other end, especially after facing a couple of dots. She won't let the first slip in there phase her and deter her from playing that shot. But it does leave us susceptible to fishing outside off.
Chipare is going to open with Chigora.
2 for 1. The bowling for Zimbabwe from the John Donald end. 19, Francisca Chipare.
Chipare, more known for her bowling than for her batting. Fell late in the Zimbabwe innings without scoring, and that's just pulling out of her run up in the delivery stride. Gabby Lewis has yet to face a ball. And this is Gabby Lewis doing Gabby Lewis things, finding the boundary rope.
What a way to get off the mark. Slightly overpitched, but Gabby Lewis's long reach has helped her there. It's a beautiful shot to play to get off the mark.
Such a fine stroke player all around the wicket, Gabby Lewis, but she's very strong down the ground as well. Chipare doesn't bring blistering pace. This one's headed square on leg side. Mavunga gets around and limits it to 2. Gabby Lewis has started very nicely indeed.
Lewis doesn't let the runs required phase her early in the match. You do see some opening batters that might bat within themselves if they're only chasing 178, whereas Lewis will continue to attack as she would if they were chasing 300.
Play relatively straight again. This time it's the captain, Mugeri Tiripano, who's down to deny Lewis a run. Dot balls off the 6 off her first 2 deliveries of the over, boundary and a 2. Strays down leg and that'll be called wide. Fierce shot from Gabby Lewis. It's nicely fielded, but she'll still get the run. Takes the single off the penultimate delivery of the second over.
And if that's how you're getting off the mark at this stage in your innings, you'd be pretty happy. She's looking very confident.
Brings Amy Hunter on strike to face Chapade for the first time. Well, that's wide down leg again, so 2 wides in the space of 3 deliveries. And Hunter's off the mark. Last ball of the second over. Take the single. Ireland 12 for 1. So Hunter retains the strike with that single. It's hard to believe, given how long she's played already, that she's not yet 20, Amy Hunter.
It's amazing, isn't it? But everyone knew from that first series in Harare that she was going to be something special for Ireland, and she's got a long career ahead.
One of the best things about her game for me is she's fearless with playing her shots. Full toss again, third of the game for Chigora.
It looked like they got getting on to Hunter a little, and to Forbes as well in the previous over. They look like they're getting onto the batter a lot quicker than what they're expecting when they're full tosses. Just surprising them a bit. Hunter's slightly late there.
Chases a slightly wide one from Chigora.
And we'll be hoping to get her feet moving a bit more. She was a long way away from that.
Bit of length from Chigora, but it's a wonderful line for Hunter to take full advantage. Indeed, she drives it to the boundary. Maybe a little full, but a lovely channel for Hunter to play the shot.
And so well played by Hunter. The front foot did move across a bit more. Even though the line was more favourable for Hunter, she was able to access it by reaching with that bit of foot movement, the front foot. She looks better outside off when she's getting across.
Big wrap on the pads. Ronnie Black just turns his head to the side. Hunter was one of several batters who got in for Ireland in that first one-day international. She was out for 43, quicker than a runner ball. Forbes, Lewis and Prendergast all chipping in with 50s, and Hunter with 43 and a fine 34 from Laura Delaney as well. Before a flurry of wickets in the closing overs of Ireland's innings. End of the third over. Ireland are 16 for 1.
Very encouraging to have 4 batters in the top order, all getting runs in the first game. We did talk about how dominant Lewis and Prendergast have been in recent times, but seeing a few other batters in the top order chipping in as well is great for Ireland.
Chipata continues from the Dundonald end. And Gabby Lewis took a bit of a liking to Chipata's bowling in the first over. First delivery, sent straight back past the bowler for 4. This one full and straight, but worked straight towards Dururu. And then tests Mupachikwa with a very high ball in over Mupachikwa's head. Keepers keeping one another sharp. Dururu had the gloves in the first one-day international. Mupachikwa in the second. It's nice from Lewis, that'll run away. And another boundary, and she's into double figures already.
She's looking so confident at the moment getting forward, Gabby Lewis. Big stride out, waited on the ball, pushed it straight through everyone up there on the offside in front of square. So as I say that, there is a change and fine leg is coming up into the circle and cover is going out to the boundary. Good change to Lewis.
She goes leg side, there's space here, bisects the fielders, Beezer's after it, should reel it in. Another couple to Lewis.
She's so hard to contain even in ODI cricket in the power play with only 2 fielders out of the circle. She can hit all around the ground. It means the bowler has to be very tight with their line.
Taking another single. Glovu whips it in. Lewis took 7 off Chipata's first over of the 10 that she conceded. She's taken another 7 off her second over. Hunter plays it straight back to the bowler. Chipata gets down low very quickly to deny Hunter any runs. Ireland 23 for 1 after 4. Scored up. It's a ball to Lewis now. Lewis maybe feeling she's missed out, judging by her reaction. Muted appeals from Zimbabwe for LBW.
Shikora's got away with being slightly full today so far. She hasn't bowled as much to Lewis as she has to Hunter and Forbes.
Well wide down leg. Might have noticed as well, maybe the difference in keeping for Zimbabwe. Mupachikwa stayed on her feet, used her feet to get across to take the wide ball. Dururu, by contrast, is a lot more fond of diving from a standing position to try to snaffle those. Why that's significant is that when you're using your footwork to get to the ball, you're very seldom going to drop it. When you're diving, it often ends up being parried into space where the batters can take runs off the already wide delivery. Wide down leg again.
Another great display of that footwork that you just discussed there, Dwayne. A lot of competition for wicketkeepers in Zimbabwe at the moment. Mupachika will be delighted to have scored some runs today and have the gloves.
Yeah, ahead of Dururu, and then we've spoken about Mutungwindu, who's part of the squad here, but is yet to play, yet to make her international debut. She's been keeping for the emerging Zimbabwe team.
Very full there to Lewis. And balls that Lewis would usually look to get away, especially in the power play, but Shikora's got a measure here.
And that'll get away. It'll race away. Another boundary to Gabby Lewis. Ireland are 29 for 1 after 5.
She's played this ball really well. It's a tough region to hit as well. On drive, getting a little wide there of long on. She's looking very good off the front foot, Gabby Lewis, today.
She's just so difficult to bowl to. She's really strong all around the wicket. And she's so technically proficient as well.
That's the thing, with only 2 fielders out, you really have to bowl to your field. So sometimes your best ball, if it's a little bit too straight, is not the best ball to bowl in that situation.
So 150 on the nose required for Ireland. And 29 runs in to their chase of 179. Lewis 18 of 16, Hunter 5 of 12. Not quite finding her stride the way she did in the first one-day international. And that takes an edge and is put down. It was a very sharp chance, a very difficult chance.
And this would have been undoubtedly catch of the day if she was to take it full stretch there. It's a great effort.
Looks like Paspanodja. Was that? Looks like Pasipanoja in the slips. Was that Chuma? Either way, very sharp chance to her right. No, that's Chuma.
She did very well to get a hand to it. Flying off the outside edge of Hunter's bat. Did see Hunter dropped in the last match and went on to make Zimbabwe regret that. A little bit of shape away there to Lewis. Didn't carry to the keeper. It had keeper and slips very excited there.
Really good comeback from Chipade. She's gone for 17 in her first 2 overs. Only one of her first 5 deliveries of her third. As I say that, she's bowled a wide down leg. End of 6, Ireland 31 for 1. Bright sunshine at the ward at Stormont. Lovely conditions for cricket. There's not much of wind about, just a gentle breeze just caressing the turf here in Belfast.
I've done that a few times.
Would have taken this when the toss was underway and we were looking at the clouds thinking that it might have an impact on today's game. You'd never know there were clouds if you looked up at the sky now.
Chigota to continue. Struck in her first over to remove Sarah Forbes. And Amy Hunter just backs away. Straight to Biza. From Chigota. Hunter can't work it away.
Not often we see Amy Hunter 6 off 16, but with only chasing 179, it does give her the freedom to get into her innings a little bit without feeling like she's slowing things down for her team too much.
Amy Hunter, the kind of batter though, hates facing dot balls. Need to start Chigota's fourth. Gets a touch on this. It'll race fine, but it's nicely fielded. Down on the boundary, Spanoja.
done extremely well to keep that to just one there. Great fielding.
Order bowling just a little shorter to Gabby Lewis, fuller to Amy Hunter, it seems.
And I do think that's a really good move. Hunter, her strengths would be square, down the ground on the leg side, and through third. Not as strong through cover and mid-off. Gabby Lewis very strong through cover and mid-off.
Five dot balls in that Chigora over. 1 for 13 she's got. Ireland 32 for 1 after 7. Likely to see the introduction of spin relatively early in this innings. But for now, the seam attack continues. Chipare will bowl her 4th from the Dundonald end. Nicely played by Hunter. She'll just get 1. Sometimes you play really good shots and only earn you 1, and vice versa.
It's true, and that's the value of that shot that Hunter uses. Well, 2 shots that Hunter typically uses to get off striker, through third and to square. And if she didn't play them, it would make a huge difference to her strike rate at the end of the innings.
The outside edge of the bat of Lewis. This one too has gone down to third.
Everyone always remembers the boundaries, the 6s and the 4s, but if you look at someone scoring a 50 or a century, so much of it is made up by those shots that fill the gaps in between.
That's one of the things that we've seen. New Zealand women have an incredible ability to rotate the strike, and many of them use that little run down to third as a way to rotate the strike. You're not going to find the boundary as often, but you are going to get yourself off strike. Limits the dot ball pressure. This is firmly struck down the ground. It'll be first boundary for Hunter here. She's into double figures.
And it's just what Hunter needs to get her innings underway. They've been bowling good plans to her, quite full, but she's helped herself there to the length that she wanted, and she's come down the wicket and hit that straight down the ground. It's a great sign from Hunter.
Indeed, Hunter. There are many big game hunters who visit Southern Africa. Incidentally, Chipare studied wildlife and conservation. And Amy is hunting runs here. Looking to run that down to third. It's not quite come off. Glover does the fielding. End of 8. Ireland 38 for 1. Thank you, Celeste Rock. And from one Ireland international to another. Isabel Joyce is back in the commentary position. 8 overs gone. Ireland 38 for 1, but Chigora struck in her first over. No panic though from Ireland. They've gone about their business very smartly. Lewis scoring at nearly a runner ball. And we are going to see a change up now. Ndlovu the first of the several spinners in this lineup, who's going to make her way into the attack.
Yeah, that dismissal of Sarah Forbes, if you're in a good run of form, those just find the gap, don't they? Just a big full toss outside off, and I think the surprise factor came in where she didn't have a plan beforehand to where she was going to hit it. Found beloved Biza. So her series is over. This is a good move, I think. Bringing Kellis and Glovu on before the end of the power play just means she has to bowl with only 2 fielders out, and might tempt Gabby Lewis into a false shot.
No success with the bat today for Ndlovu. How will she fare with ball in hand? Lewis looks to work it leg side, first ball up. Big stretch down the wicket.
Yeah, opting to bowl over the wicket in Ndlovu, and it does mean she's unlikely to get LBWs, but you can see from even that shot there, that was a sweep played on line rather than length from Gabby Lewis.
Relatively straight. Looking to go down the ground. Lewis goes to 20. Brings Amy Hunter on strike.
I think they've bowled pretty well, Zimbabwe. They've made Ireland take some risks to score boundaries.
Amy Hunter looking for that scoop shot. Pachikwa got a glove on it, but was unable to prevent that going beyond her.
Yeah, there wasn't.
What's their touch on that, though?
Yeah, it wasn't far away, was it? Reddy Black, keep an eye on him. I don't think he's signalled anything, so that came off the bat. And quick thinking as well by slip, Lorraine Schuma. She looked to try and get it on the rebound, on the deflection.
Full. Lewis has a good go at it. Mavunga in again. Decent first over from Ndlovu. Hunter down on one knee, tries to bisect the fielders. And we'll just have the one.
It has that feel about it, this innings for Zimbabwe. Every time they do something good, it's a big win for them ahead of going home and maybe trying to put a few things right ahead of their Africa qualifiers coming up at the end of next month.
It's running very leg side. That meets the infield, and that's going to run away. Kwanzura was in the circle. And once it beat her, he was always going to race away to the boundary. Lewis is on 25. Ireland are 4 short of 50.
A disappointing way to end the over from Ndlovu. Didn't even need to change the line. Gabby Lewis just got down on one knee and helped that round the corner. Misses the fielder. Welcome runs for her. She's almost at a run a ball. Hunter finding it a little bit more difficult. 14 from 25, but well above the required run rate, these two. I wonder if they discussed as a team how many overs they were willing to chase this down in.
And that's going to be stumped. Hunter drops her head. That's a wonderful take from Mupachikwa. Whipped off the bails quickly. Jibara has her first. Ireland lose their second, and Hunter's gone for 14.
Partnership of 44 is broken. Not the smartest move from Hunter with the keeper up to the stumps now. It's a brave move. Chupari can be difficult to read where she's bowling, but Hunter goes for 14 from 26. Ireland 46 for 2.
take from Puchikwa. Out wide, she was always eyeing that stumping. The moment Hunter left her crease. Good take. Puchikwa had time. And Hunter is dismissed, so Orla Prendergast makes her way to the middle. Bowled exceptionally. And now, with bat in hand, what can she do? Following up from her 50 in the first one-day international. Player of the match performance as well.
Yeah, she was speaking more about how she was disappointed she missed out in that game than about her match-winning performance, Orla Prendergast. We always talk about her being a slightly nervy starter, and I think that's more in comparison to the rest of her innings. If she does make it through those first few balls, she really gets into her rhythm.
Off the mark quickly. It's to the right of beloved Beasley, who covers ground well to reach the ball, picks it up with her right and whips it in, but Prendergast is through for her single. Off the mark straight away. And that's through, beats the infield, and Gabby Lewis stops running a few steps down the track. And with that, Ireland bring up their 50. Boundary to Lewis as she goes to 29. Ireland go to 51.
This is an excellent shot from Gabby Lewis. Finds the gap nicely, but it was a little bit too wide, packed offside field, but finds the gap. She's in good touch, is the Ireland captain.
Off the outside half of the bat, it's still got some pace on it, and it reaches the boundary. Consecutive fours for Gabby Lewis. Diving attempt from Pasipanoja to deny Lewis the boundary.
She's so good at this, Gabby Lewis. It's Yorker length, but you just can't afford to give her any width. Maybe I was being a little bit kind on the length, but gets it square. Fielder's gone out into the deep, and maybe she just took too aggressive an angle towards the ball there, Pasipanodia. Back-to-back boundaries for Ireland.
And after the score predictor dropping after the dismissal of Hunter, suddenly, 3 balls later, it's back up at 88.
Nice change up there from Chapare, but maybe just a little bit telegraphed. You could see in her action she's about to bowl it, so time for Gabby Lewis to adjust and expect the slower delivery.
End of 10, opening power play done. Ireland 55 for 2.
Anyone watching on will be hoping that these two can spend some time together at the crease. They're so entertaining individually, but as a pair, so impressive. Very different types of bat swings as well. Gabby Lewis, long, flowing, elegant, and Orla Prendergast seems to get even more power, but with a much shorter backswing and follow through.
It's the hand speed that I find so incredibly impressive.
I always think the bat looks really small, and when Orla Prendergast is holding it, she has it quite far down the grip.
Global continues. forward from Ndlovu. Prendergast just takes the single. Ndlovu's father, Eddie, is a very famous filmmaker in Zimbabwe.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's had an interesting upbringing, Ndlovu. Star quality on display for Ireland in the middle at the moment. Just unable to work that past Dururu. She was practicing the shot again. She bowled a good over last over and then a loose ball that Gabby Lewis put away for 4 as her final delivery. It's again looking to be a relatively good over from Ndlovu. Prendergast says no, despite the misfield from Dururu.
Oh, they literally just moved that fielder Dururu back just a couple of paces, and really good from Zimbabwe. I think it was Ndlovu who did the work, so she knew she was maybe going to bowl it a little bit more quickly. It would go further behind point.
Chuma's come out of slip, and she's almost in a gully position. That the end of a very good Ndlovu over, only 1 off that over. Ireland 56 for 2 after 11.
Quite warm out there, I would imagine, now that the sun is out here in Stormont. That cold breeze has died down, and it's good weather for batting and bowling. Never gets too hot up here, does it? When I say up here, I mean in Ireland, not just up in Stormont.
Mavunga now makes her way into the attack. She's one of only 3 seamers in this Zimbabwe lineup today. Replaces Chipare from the Dundonald end. Yes. Heat is very subjective when it comes to certain countries.
Quite a slingy action as well. Not quite as slingy as Chipare, Mavunga, but gets side on quite early with a little shuffle and then slings it down at you, so she'll get some extra pace with that. Might be slightly more inconsistent.
She's very side on. Lewis sending that out deep.
Outside the power play, but still opting to only have 2 fielders out. Zimbabwe hunting for wickets. Ireland faced a lot of dot deliveries in the last game. Somewhere close to half of their deliveries were dots, but Zimbabwe weren't able to stem the flow of boundaries. That was their problem. And with this field, it'll be similar here. Probably dots or boundaries, maybe some twos.
Mavunga will be looking for a few dot balls. She's sometimes used as a control bowler in the middle overs. Much more T20 cricket under her belt, though, than one-day international.
I think that's a theme right across the team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Haven't played a lot of one-day international cricket in Zimbabwe. So it's going to be a big step up when they enter the Women's Championship. I think they open that with a tour to New Zealand. I wouldn't mind that.
Prendergast runs it down to third for a single. That ends the 12th over. Ireland 59 for 2. So 121 required, 120 required. Target of 179.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, Ireland, so I am interested to see what way they go about it. These two have been quite watchful. Zimbabwe have bowled well to them. Usually Orla Prendergast spends a bit of time working out how she's going to attack the bowlers.
Visa in the field. Bright young talent, just 16. Took the catch to dismiss Forbes.
And the Orla Prendergast would try and find a gap between those two fielders with the slow bowler on. Just 3 fielders out for Zimbabwe, so a real tactic for them to keep the field up and force Ireland to go over the top or find the space between fielders to score.
Prendergast looks again, finds Dururu. Go for bowling to a field.
Yeah, plenty of dots accumulating here for Zimbabwe. Sometimes when you make a low total, what you first think of is, all right, how long can we keep them out here for? But a few more wickets and Zimbabwe will be thinking, maybe we can level the series.
Excellent over building up, and the potential of a first maiden for Zimbabwe today. 5 dots to start her third over. Kelly's Ndlovu. Tickled away.
I was
Just be the single.
convinced it was going to be a wide there because he called it too early.
End of 13, Ireland 60 for 2.
Zimbabwe have been good at getting the run rate of Ireland down to just above 4.5. It's not enough because Ireland only need above 3, but you have to be able to take the positives as you go through games like this.
Mavunga to continue from the Dundonald end. Went for 3 in her first over. Ndlovu only going for 1 in her last.
Very good glove work by Mupachikwa behind the stumps.
Despite the number of dot balls that Zimbabwe have bowled recently, the score predictor is up at over 90%. Shorter, down to third.
Yeah, it's 91 now just with that single.
Punched off the back foot.
Orla Prendergast is so good at that late cut down to third, but I wonder would a kind of a third slip position be a good wicket taking opportunity against her? Would she be able to stop herself from playing the shot?
Glover completely lost it. Just ricocheted up off her wrist, it seemed, and spinning around allowed the Ireland batters to take a single. Excellent take.
Nice bit of bowling as well, just beating the edge there for Gabby Lewis. Being kept a little bit quiet the last few overs, Ireland.
End of 14, Ireland 63 for 2.
Hospitality on today, and they're enjoying the sunshine up at the pavilion here at the Ward Stormont.
This one, she manages to work past the two fielders in a position to try to prevent that from going beyond her. Nicely done by Chipare, fielding in the deep.
Yeah, really good, because that's been an area where they've misfielded a good few times. Zimbabwe backward of that cover fielder in front of point. She kept it in front of her nicely and committed to the slide or the dive.
Prendergast just finding that gap past Dururu again. This one, though, is going to go all the way. Chipare chasing hard, but couldn't quite pull out the stop on this occasion.
Their first boundary in a while. Gets just a little bit more acceleration through the ball there. Maybe a little bit more backward, closer to Dururu in point, but a chance for Chipare in the deep.
Boundary for Prendergast. Not unfamiliar to striking boundaries. She's got the most sixes for Ireland in one-day internationals, is Ola Prendergast.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. There weren't too many sixes in ODI cricket until recently, and yeah, no surprise to me that it's sort of Prendergast more so than, say, Gabby Lewis, because she's coming in at number 4, out in the middle more at the 6-hitting stage of the game.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis has over 100 more 4s than any other Irish player in women's one-day international cricket. By far the most proficient boundary striker.
And she's out there when the field is up usually, so you normally, as I said earlier, it's 4 or nothing.
Lewis gets this one away. Chipare puts in the dive again. Restricts it to 2, but that's still 9 off the over for Ireland. I'll be happy with that. 72 for 2 at the end of 15.
Yeah, really good over. They've seemed to figure out the way to get that ball further forward instead of finding the fielders in point and backward point. It was something that would have frustrated Orla Prendergast the previous over, but they've got on top of it in this one.
Good pressure release from Ireland, because there were a few overs that were starting to build up. Havunga's 2 back-to-back with Glover's Over squeezed in between. Only went for 7 runs in those 3 overs. I think it's going to be called wide, and is.
Yeah, she did well, didn't she, Mupachikwa, to slow that down. Yes, I know that she didn't collect cleanly, but standing up to the stumps, she wouldn't have picked up until quite late that it was going down leg side.
Glover moves very quickly to her right to prevent that ball going beyond her.
Yeah, 8 runs in 4 overs before that last one. And they scored 9 in the 15th.
She's been going along at quicker than a runner ball for the bulk of her innings, Gabby Lewis. Finds herself at still a very healthy 37 or 41. 13 away from what would be a 15th half century. Takes the single. Chibade didn't have to move very far, but good running.
No, I think that's risky if it's to the left of the fielder there, because they're getting closer to the target, but you make them move to the right and mid-on, or to the left and mid-off, then it's usually a good run.
Gets the fielder in close. I'll take the single.
It was a nice shot that from Prendergast. I think she was hoping to hit it hard enough to get the boundary. Otherwise, if she's just looking for a single, she'll usually let it come off the face of the bat and guide it down to third. It's a little punch, nice movement in mid-on.
16 overs done. Ireland 76 for 2.
Despite some good bowling from Zimbabwe, they haven't been able to stem the flow of runs. Zimbabwe, after 20 overs, were 64 for 4. Ireland find themselves 12 runs ahead of that with 4 overs in hand and a few wickets as well. Dwayne DeLockett gone off for a well-deserved break, and it's Celeste Rack back alongside. Well, Celeste, Callison Clovey bowling around the wicket here. You're our spin expert. Tell us why. No pressure. Finds the gap and goes underneath the diving fielder in third. I think it might just about have the legs, and it does. These two, they were kept quiet for a few overs, but they're getting going now.
And I was just about to say that bowling around the wicket creates an angle that's a bit harder to give width and to allow Prendergast to play there through the offside, but she's then gone and bowled it a little bit too wide and been hit through there. So the idea of it is to try and make Prendergast hit her squarer or down the ground through the offside, but a width like that makes it easy for Prendergast.
Well, she does go square this time, finds the fielder in the deep. That boundary brought the runs required to less than 100. It's down at 98 now with that single. So 2 days ago, we saw Callison Clovey coming over the wicket to Amy Hunter. So that's a good point to someone sweeping. But Gabby Lewis very good on the sweep. That's going to go into space. They'll come back for a second.
I've always said anyone that has bowled a lot to Walla Prendergast, bowled spin to Walla Prendergast, knows that her 4 areas where she'd prefer to hit the ball are straight of cover, long off, long on, and mid-wicket. Of course, she can sweep as well, but you know if that's her first choice against you that you're bowling well to her.
Yep.
So perhaps this field at the moment, I think it's still easier, even with the angle, to hit Mklovu over mid-on for Prendergast than it is to hit it a square.
Yeah, it's not a shot that I can think of having seen her play. Gabby Lewis, by comparison, really likes sweeping, likes reverse sweeping. I actually think she prefers reverse sweeping in some ways, does she?
Yeah, for sure. The sweep to square leg is something that she really built in, even more so a few years ago. When she, naturally would have wanted to hit most spinners straight.
And she pretty much only plays the reverse sweep when there's no third.
That's it. She loves it to leg spin in particular.
That sounds like someone who's suffered some reverse sweep. Good stop from Glovu off her own bowling. Makes that into a dot. Really good second half of the over after the boundary on the first delivery. 17 gone. Ireland 83 for 2. And with that, and with things a little bit warmer than they have been throughout the tour, it's time for the players and us to take a little drink. Don't go anywhere.
Very shortly after this Zimbabwe series, we take on Pakistan in a 3-match T20 series, August the 6th, 8th and 10th. Those matches taking place in Clontarf. You get your tickets for those games at cricketireland.ie and follow the links for the tickets. Ireland's men, of course, back in action in September. They play a T20 series against England in Malahide. You can also pick up tickets at cricketireland.ie.
So a drink and a chat. Zimbabwe will hope it brings about a wicket because these two are going well together. Amy Hunter dismissed with the score on 46. They've nearly doubled that. Ireland since she's gone. Ireland's Gabby Lewis still out there, 38. 40 in fact. Our scoreboard at the ground just a little bit slow, it looks like. But Mavunga continuing. Sends it wide of third. Ireland have one more home series, the women's team. After this, Pakistan coming to town, and they're going to be playing in Clontarf. Last time Ireland women were there, a very memorable T20 victory over the visitors. So they'll be looking forward to getting back there, won't they, Ireland women?
They will, and Pakistan series always hotly contested. It's always a great competition between Ireland and Pakistan. They're a great matchup in so many ways. So yeah, it would be great to play them in Irish home conditions and see how they go there.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see it, because obviously the last time Ireland played Pakistan in a T20 series, they won it 2-1 in a bit of a shock after losing the ODI series 3-0. So that's a good, powerful shot from Morla Prendergast, and there's no stopping that for the fielder in the deep. Pasipanodia had no chance, short, wide, and given the treatment by Prendergast.
And this is so well played by Prendergast. She always looks like she's got so much time, and when given width, she's able to slot the ball precisely through the field. It's raced away for 4.
Brilliant stuff. Full and wide this time. Work to do in the deep. She should keep it to 1 down there.
In the past for Ireland, beating Pakistan was a really good effort as a once-off, and now over the last few years it's become something that they would expect. They really want to challenge Pakistan. It should be a really even series from what we're expecting.
Yeah, and ahead of those Europe qualifiers to try and get into the global qualifiers for Ireland, it'll be a good measure, won't it, of where Ireland measure up, because all respect to Zimbabwe, they're a few places below Ireland in the rankings, whereas Pakistan a few places ahead.
That's it. But Ireland have shown in recent years there are players, especially in Ireland's top order, that are as good as anyone in the world, really. And Ireland have managed to be able to put together some wins against higher ranked teams in recent years.
And Ireland want to make it a bit more of a regular occurrence. Better line on that occasion against Orla Prendergast, so strong outside the off stump, so good finish, but still 8 in the over. 18 gone, Ireland 91 for 2. And ODI's Zimbabwe sitting in 14th, Ireland in 10th spot.
Zimbabwe haven't got a chance to play too many ODIs in recent time.
They've had some tight series with USA, most recently away and at home. Shuma, the new bowler on, the leg spinner, who's probably more about the drift in, would I be right in saying, Celeste, than about the turn away from the right-hander?
Yeah, she's quite a different leg spinner to Cara Murray, who we saw in the first innings for Ireland. She comes a little wider of the crease. She's a little bit quicker and flatter through the air and tries to angle the ball in to the right-hander. Tries to bowl a tight line. She's bowled well this series. She's been effective.
Well, that one's just stayed a little bit low, as Gabby Lewis thinking as she's in search of her 15th half-century for Ireland.
That's a great delivery to Lewis, who loves to get forward with a big stride but can equally get back really quickly. She hasn't been able to do either to that ball.
Full toss and can't beat the bowler, Gabby Lewis, which will frustrate her, no doubt. 4 dots to start her spell for Lorraine Shuma. And the T20 rankings, Ireland in 9th spot, Zimbabwe in 14th, Pakistan in 8th. So they're very close together in those rankings, Ireland and Pakistan. And then just a little bit of extra bounce. So Gabby Lewis has thinking to do against Shuma, who's changed things up, not so much with the pace or anything like that, just a little bit with the length that she's bowled in the over so far.
And the angle she gets, they can skid through. Some of them, as we've seen, they kept a bit low.
Lewis finds the opportunity to go across the line, but doesn't really get hold of it. She's lucky not to have helped it into the fielder's hands in mid-on. A maiden to start things off for Shuma. 19 gone, Ireland 91 for 2.
Being able to bowl a maiden, bowling leg spin to Lewis when she's already on 42 is just a testament to how well Shuma can bowl when she bowls in those areas there, tight into the stumps, sliding in.
Great control from her right from the first ball. I suppose for leg spinners that try and actually really turn the ball, give it a rip, is that what makes them more inconsistent? Whereas bowlers like Lorraine Shuma, it's more about that consistency.
That's it. Bowling out of the front of their hand does make it easier to land the ball consistently. It doesn't give you as much of a point of difference from other bowlers as it would to be a big turner of the ball. But some of the best leg spinners in world cricket that we've seen have been people that don't try and turn the ball square and skid the ball on, especially in the shorter format of cricket.
For example?
So Adam Zampa, for a lot of his career, would want to be sliding the ball on. In the women's game, Sarah Glenn is a little less likely, especially in T20 cricket, to really want to come up and over the ball.
She's kind of been left out of the England lineup this summer so far. Sarah Glenn, well, she was there for West Indies, wasn't she? But not for the most recent series against India.
Yeah, it's tough contest there for the spinners for England.
Finds the gap, 2 fielders to save a 1. Oh, a chance. How close was that? And they're going to come back for the second. Decent work backing up there, because that was a sharp throw, but Gwanzora can't stop the second from happening. Current run rate 4.7, run rate required just 2.8. You can see from the way Ireland are going about things, they've no intention of taking this to 50 overs.
And these two, it would be rare to see either of them at this stage of their innings be less than a run a ball, even in the longer format. They're playing low-risk cricket here.
Picks out the fielder. Oh, the Prendergast. Usually so good at putting it either side, but maybe just a little bit wider than she expected and couldn't find the gap. There'll be lots of spin on show when Pakistan come to town as well. It might be a case in that series of which of the teams bats better against spin, because there should be a good few on show. As I said, as you said earlier, you think maybe Freya Sargent could be brought back in. From my experience of Pakistan, seeing that the Asia Cup and over the years, is they actually, even though they've loads of spinners in their team, they prefer facing seam. So it would be a good move.
Yeah, you're right. They use the pace very well. Traditionally, Pakistan's top order. We've seen so many different types of spinners bowl for Ireland recently as well. So there's a lot of variety.
Just the 2 from the over, putting together a good partnership are these two, Shuma and Mavunga. After 20, Ireland 93 for 2. Just slightly quieter 10 overs there. Power play was 55 runs, 38 in the next 10, which I think Zimbabwe, if you're looking back and you're looking for positives, if you're looking for wins, that's probably one. It's the quietest 10 overs that Ireland have actually played in the series right across the T20s and the one-day internationals.
That's a testament to the bowlers. They've bowled very well to these two.
Too short though that time. She won't manage to miss the fielder, Gabby Lewis. She probably should have run the first one harder, but she'll still get back for a second on the misfield.
And He's slightly short there, but Lewis so good at getting back quickly. Talk about how well she reaches forward, but there's very small margin of error to Lewis.
It's too short again, but she just doesn't manage to get any kind of contact on that, Gabby Lewis. Good again, and just those small changes in length paying dividends for Chuma. Full and gone. A 15th half century for Gabby Lewis in one-day internationals eludes the Ireland captain. A full wide one. She looks to give it the full treatment but can only find the edge. Mupachikwa back with the gloves on. She's been excellent for Zimbabwe. Ireland lose their third. It's Gabby Lewis for 44 from 59. 6 boundaries in the innings. Ireland 95 for 3.
We were talking about how the previous 10 overs had been the quietest for Ireland. There's been some impressive bowling here by Zimbabwe and Chuma in particular. Bit of width there. Lewis didn't get across as much as she would have liked, and Mupachikwa has taken a great catch.
Laura Delaney out in the middle. It's Ireland's number 5. She'll have been sitting on the sideline, obviously not hoping that one of her teammates got out, but quietly wanting an opportunity herself. She's a real wicket taker, Chuma, for Zimbabwe. It's caught in the back foot. And if something troubled Laura Delaney a couple of days ago, it was deciding when to come forward, when to go back against the 2 spinners, in particular Chuma and Nklovu. Not as much of a problem against the off spinners. You can see she's kind of planting her foot down there. I'm not sure why that wasn't a single, but it's certainly a very good over. Just 2 runs and the wicket from it. 21 gone, Ireland 95 for 3.
And that's a very good point there is with Delaney, especially early in her innings, she's looking to either get down to the pitch of the ball or get some width and hit it through the offside. And Chuma is able to slide the ball into Delaney to give her no width, and she bowls a length that's very hard for Delaney to get down to. So she cuts out 2 of Delaney's favoured scoring areas from the start.
Yeah, she's a good bowler to have on when Delaney comes out, isn't she? This doesn't give her any easy runs to start things off. Mavunga, she's been pretty good just going at 4s. Wicketless so far. She'll be hoping to change that. To reach Ola Prendergast, and Zimbabwe had one really strong partnership. It was between the captain Tirapano and the keeper Mupachikwa. And once Chipo Mugeri Tirapano was dismissed, she was quickly followed by Modesta Mupachikwa. Ireland will be hoping that that doesn't happen here, that their set batter Ola Prendergast takes the game deep, if not right to the end.
So often we see a wicket finally falling and then in close succession another one.
Brought the cover fielder up for Delaney, looking to try and press their advantage here, Zimbabwe. Just 2 fielders out, a 3rd and fine, which is brave stuff, but I think really good captaincy. How do you see it?
I agree with you. It's imperative that they take wickets in this situation. They're not going to win by letting Ireland face 50 overs. So they're going to need to take some risks, Zimbabwe.
beats the outside edge. Delaney looks like her foot is kind of anchored in the crease with the Mupachikwa behind there. She doesn't want to go the same way as Amy Hunter.
And having a good keeper when the bowling's tight is an advantage to Laura Delaney, because she does like to move her feet and get down the wicket and hit straight.
Oh, leading edge, and it's going to fall safe. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. The howls of the Zimbabwe players as they hoped it would find a fielder, but Mavunga, the first wicket in the game, still evades her.
Laura Delaney's lucky day that hung in the air for so long, but it's fallen in between multiple fielders.
That's how she was dismissed in the first game, in leading edge, so she needs to figure out her hands there, Laura Delaney, just turning the bat too soon when looking for a single. Brilliant pressure being applied by Zimbabwe, hunting for their first win of the tour. They sense an opportunity. Straight back past the bowler. Should be a comfortable single. She'll be annoyed with herself there, Mavunga, that she didn't manage to stop that. But just the two singles off the over. Things going at snail's pace. 22 overs gone. Ireland 97 for 3. In the last 4 overs, Ireland have scored 6 runs.
And that'd be rare, especially with all the Prendergast at the crease. I know there's been a wicket of Gabby Lewis.
A little bit short and tucked to leg side. Shouldn't come back for the second Ireland, they don't. So just 2 from 8 for Delaney. Prendergast finally gets back on strike. She's the one Ireland want facing Lorraine Schuma. She's the one Ireland want facing most of the deliveries at the moment. She's been watching from the other end a little bit, so she needs to maybe play herself back in ever so slightly. It's the full one, can't get it past the bowler. Kind of looks like the beginning of her innings again, doesn't it?
It does, and it's strange in 50 over cricket how you can find yourself feeling like you haven't faced a ball in ages.
Short, and she's going to take the single. That was risky. She could have easily collected that there in mid-wicket.
Prendergast later in her innings, even though that wasn't that short, you'd see her hitting that straight back at the scoreboard. Like we said before, this field, mid-off is up, square leg is out to Prendergast.
Delaney likes to come down against the spinner. She does so. Into long off. I think it's mid-on is up, right?
Mid-on, sorry. Mid-on is up. Mid-off is definitely out. But yeah, this field, I would, as 100 has passed for Ireland. 3 down, 22.5. Overs passed.
Well, Prendergast just keen to keep on trying to score runs in that area around point, but another tidy over from Schuma. This time they get 3, Ireland. 100 for 3 from 23. Ireland have won 6 of the one-day internationals between the two countries of 8. Zimbabwe have won 1, and there's been a tie. That was a quite remarkable game in Harare when I think it was one was required off the last ball, and unfortunately Jane Maguire ran past one and got stumped.
And it's so rare to see a tie in 50 over cricket.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that that number of balls can go past and you can't separate the teams. Chigura back into the attack, 4 overs, 1 wicket, 13 runs from her opening spell. A little bit of lift. Laura Delaney swings at that one. She's keen to score a little bit more heavily. Her scoring rate languishing down at around 30, well, lower now. Still run rate required just below 3, but Zimbabwe can be pleased with the fact that they're keeping them around that for the last 5 overs.
They've really pulled this back well.
Change in the field because of that shot. Square leg comes all the way over to slip. Wickets are what they're searching for, Zimbabwe. Ireland require 79 more. A beautiful shot. Don't offer width to Laura Delaney, certainly not 2 balls in a row. She should come back for the second, as the fielding is good in the deep, keeps it to 2.
Played that so well, and that is an example of how Laura Delaney likes to score, especially early in her innings. And Zimbabwe have managed to keep her from being able to play that shot for the majority of her first 11 balls. As soon as she's given the chance, she will hit through there with such good hands.
A little bit too straight, they won't come through. Doing well in mid-wicket. A lot more control today from Chigura. She was inconsistent in the first game. She did certainly bowl game or wicket-taking balls in that spell a couple of days ago in Storm, but today more consistent. Clever from Laura Delaney, just pops it into cover, gets down the other end.
And she's hit a consistency at the time when her team needed most, and with 2 of the seamers being rested today, it is really important that the seamers they've gone in with are able to stand up and bowl well.
Good placement from Prendergast. The fielder had gone square there. She's just sneaking around a little bit there. She's moving left and right, changing up where she is each delivery, just to try and make sure that it's not predictable for the batters.
We've seen Prendergast dismissed by Yorkers twice in the entire series, and she played that one very well. See, in any of the warm-ups she's been doing, any of the throwdowns, she's probably been working on keeping them out.
Doesn't manage to find the gap. Delaney. An errant throw, doesn't go for any extra runs. Well done, Jipo Magari Terrapano, for stopping the overthrows. Good over there from Chigura on her return to the bowling crease. 4 runs from it, 104 for 3 Ireland after 24.
And Isabel Joyce is leaving for a break, and I'm joined by Dwayne DeLocca. The score is 104 for 3, the end of 24 overs.
75 to win for Ireland. Only 3 wickets down. Prendergast certainly seems to be the key. Laura Delaney, 6 or 14, early stages of her innings yet, but Prendergast is well set after the loss of Lewis for 44. It was Chuma who's bowling now who took the wicket. Prendergast, it's a good bat behind this one, doesn't quite go to the boundary. Chuma's bowled brilliantly. Not only did she dismiss Lewis, she's into a fourth over and only conceded 6.
She's bowled so well in that tight line and length that Delaney can't run down to. She's just hit the balance of being really difficult to score, but also keeping herself in the game with wickets as well.
Just coming down the wicket, Laura Delaney. Tries it again, this time wide of the fielder who was able to deny her a run last time. Drives it to beloved Biza on the rope. Brings Prendergast back on strike. It's still only 2 off the over. Prendergast hit that firmly, a little too firmly for the fielder to gather cleanly. That leads to a single, means Prendergast retains the strike. End of 25. Ireland are 107 for 3. Excellent bowling from Chuma, going at 2 and over. Really good economy rate against this Ireland lineup. Great experience as well for Zimbabwe to be playing one-day international cricket again. They play far more T20 cricket.
It's great, and to be able to play up here in Northern Hemisphere as well.
Yeah, testing themselves in foreign conditions. She got a little fuller and Prendergast is able to drive. Oh, that's a direct hit. Kim Cotton shakes her head though. Oh, Delaney scrambling to get home. There was a moment's hesitation at the opposite end before the call of 2. Let's go.
It looked very close, didn't it? It's great fielding, and the direct hit always makes things very tight. And it actually looked much tighter in real life.
It did. Good decision from Cotton though. In the replay, she looked fairly comfortably back in her ground.
She did. So we were getting all excited for nothing in the end.
Still a fine throw from the boundary. Some fizz in her bowling today, Chikora, but Prendergast uses the pace.
Both of these batters have brilliant hands outside off stump. They love width. It's a good field to the two of them, having quite a wide boundary fielder at third and backward point.
There's one fielder, and Laura Delaney has picked her out. This is very much an offside field. She's gone straight to Dururu.
And that's probably my favourite field placement that they have on the field at the moment, that forward square in. It's where Delaney's going to look to get a single as a low-risk shot when the ball's a bit straighter than she'd like.
This is nicely struck. That's between the fielders as well. It should reach the boundary. And does, only just. Valiant effort from Gwanzura.
There's a great shot from Laura Delaney. She loves when the ball's full. She loves width, and fortunately for her, she got both in that situation. Plays very well through extra cover.
Six-3 offside field, but they are still scrambling the runs through the offside here, Ireland. 26 overs gone. Ireland 115 for 3. Schumann will continue from the Belfast City end. Certainly playing a key role in choking Ireland's run getters. Nicely fielded by Dururu.
Delaney backing away there to give herself more width. She must be bowling so tight to the stumps, it's been hard for her to score.
She's very tactically aware, is Lorraine Chuma. She varies her pace really nicely as well, and tends to complement what is, today in particular, a very spin-heavy setup.
Yeah, exactly. She's one of those spinners that she's not looking to drift and turn the ball too much. She's in some ways more complicated to face. Got a very clear plan, and she's executing it really well. It's well run. Prendergast coming back. Fielded by beloved Beezer out there. She's quick. She's got a good arm. And just 16 years old.
Straight to Chipare. The only bowler for Zimbabwe who's picked up a maiden so far today is Lorraine Chuma. She's one away from completing 5. This is played very fine by Prendergast. Should get at least a couple, if not the 4. It's brilliantly done by Ndlovu, reeling this in. Dururu with a throw. Prendergast gets back for 2. 27 overs done. Ireland 120 for 3.
It's Delaney's strategy of backing away towards the leg side to create more room for herself when she's facing Tuma has been useful for her. She was able to get 2 balls through the field there, get herself off strike.
Delaney really wanted a single. Prendergast said no. Score predictor now at 99%. 7 wickets in hand for Ireland, who need another 59 to win. Over 22 overs remaining. That's nicely played. It finds the gap. Again, not sure if it has the pace to reach the boundary. Will be reeled in. Chipotle whips it in, but Ireland have run 3.
It's really well played by Delaney. So Yorker, really tough delivery to get away, and she's managed to direct it straight into the gap. Good power. She's very quick between the wickets, as is Prendergast.
That'll be wide. Tickles it fine. He's very quickly onto it again. Short from Chigora. Delaney miscues her effort to work this offside. End of 28, Ireland 125 for 3. Well, Prendergast, one of Ireland's premier players. World class in her ability with both bat and ball. Chuma continues. And Prendergast goes to 40. Trying to lap that ball around. It's gone right through Laura Delaney. And Chuma strikes again. Her second wicket. Bowls Delaney for 18. Ireland 4 down. Just give a glimmer of hope to Zimbabwe. who took the last 6 wickets for 40-odd runs in the first one-day international.
Chuma's been bowling so well here. She's kept the stumps in play the whole time. Delaney's first tried backing away to try and hit through the offside, and she's gone with a different approach here. Same ball, angling into the stumps off a really good length. Stepped across and tried to lap the ball, and it's a risky shot. Hasn't paid off for Delaney in this instance. You can see why she'd try something different.
Be interesting to see how she bowls to the left-hander though. Leah Paul is next in for Ireland. Prendergast 10 away from a half century. Ireland 53 away from a win. So she's been bowling excellent lines to the right-handed batters. And there Paul will provide perhaps a sterner test. She's not going to go around, it seems. She'll stay over.
I was really suspecting that she would go around the wicket with the angle she bowls. It'll be interesting to see how she goes, bringing the ball across the right-hander with her angle. Left-hander.
It's a peach first up.
She's earned the right to stay to stay over the wicket there. It's very well bowled.
Two delightful deliveries.
It's a brilliant line, and you can see she's angling the ball across the left-hander, so it's not what you'd expect from a typical leg spinner that brings the ball back in.
Squares Leah Paul up, but she's able to work it away for a single, and Paul is off the mark. End of 29, Ireland 127 for 4. Good over from Chuma, who struck for the second time in this game. This time removing Laura Delaney for 18. So Beloved Biza looks like she's going to be introduced. She too, a spin bowler. Relatively economical as a bowler, Beloved Biza. Best of 3 for 22 in one-day internationals. This one, she manages to pitch, but it's down leg. And good take from Upachikwa, kept a little low.
She's been very tidy with the gloves today, Upachikwa.
Excellent take as well. That's a lovely ball, left Leah Paul. Oh, traction off the pitch.
So Leah Paul has come in to face 4 very, very high-quality spin deliveries so far.
This has been very full with almost all of her deliveries. Started with a full toss. But the one that she's actually pitched, and this is going to beat Mupachikwa, the one that she's pitched a little way short, got some genuine purchase off the pitch. That wide is going to add to Ireland's tally. Maybe importantly, Leopold gets off strike.
That's it. Ola Prendergast now 40 or 52. She's faced a lot more deliveries. She's seeing the ball well. So important to try and get yourself off strike early on in your innings when you've just come in. Zimbabwe bowling very well here.
Chun has been moved out onto the boundary. Daruru rather. Cut away. Fielder's in close on the offside, and Bisa concedes her first boundary. Prendergast cuts it away for 4.
Great shot here from Ola Prendergast. You can see how quick she is to get back. She's got great hands through the ball there outside off. I was saying before, the difference between that delivery and what Schumer had been able to bowl to keep the runs at bay was the width. Prendergast will put width away with the minimum of fuss.
Might have another here as well. Has it got the pace to get there? That's very nicely fielded. Glover will get it in. Prendergast will run 3.
She does it so effortlessly, adding 7 off the last 2 balls there. It's very hard to bowl to at this stage of her innings.
Mupachikwa, who's resetting the field here. Mupachikwa will do the fielding herself. A leg by to finish the 30th over. Bisa concedes 10 off her first. Ireland 138 for 4. At the start of the last over, Ireland needed 52 to win. They now only need 41. Ola Prendergast just putting the pressure right back on Zimbabwe.
That's the thing with Prendergast. As soon as Zimbabwe feel like they're on top, they get a reminder that Prendergast is still out there.
Picks up where she left off against Leopold. Going right across the left-hander.
Very hard for Chuma to get an LBW here against Leopold, and she's not turning the ball back in. I'd like to see Leopold get a big front foot forward, pad out in front of it.
She's pulled the square leg and Daruru's gone into slip. And that ball has just whizzed past her. Paul takes 2.
Leopold wouldn't be one for being worried about the fielder being put there. If she wants to hit the ball fine through the offside, she will continue to do it. You've seen there, she's guiding the ball down to third past slip.
And she dropped that. Upachikwa. Judging by the reaction of some of the players, felt there might have been something on that.
Yeah, they were either very excited about what a great delivery it was, or she's got a bit of a touch onto that. Upachikwa, we were just saying, has been so good with the gloves, but they can be really tough.
Still 4 dot balls in this over. The reverse, and it's worked. Glover was very quick. They're looking for a third, and Prendergast is just so incredibly quick. They're able to secure the 3, Ireland. End of 31, 143 for 4. Now, a little bit of a decision to be made here. These bees are going to come back and bowl. She's not near the non-striker's end. It looks like she's been summoned though.
She's had to run all the way from deep third.
So Beezer will continue from the Dundonald end. Ireland require 36 for victory. Just enough contact on that to steer it away. Prendergast is back on strike, but it's been a number of deliveries since she last was. When you're a batter, when you're on form as well, you don't like to be starved of strike. Slight misfield. Prendergast within 2 of a half century.
Started to see Leopold hit behind square with her reverses, her laps. Looks like they're her go-to now that she's got herself in. She was shaping up again there, and then the width was just a bit too much to go to 45.
They were thinking about a change in the field. Dururu was called over by Mupachikwa. Now Captain Mugeri Tiripano is tucking herself in at 45. All calls for the single. She'll retain the strike. End of 32. Ireland 146 for 4. Well, Prendergast, who's 2 away from a half century, has faced very few of the last few overs. A few deliveries of the last few overs. Celeste Rock has made her way out of the commentary position. Isabel Joyce is back in. Ireland 33 away from victory. But a few wickets for Zimbabwe that have maybe given them a little bit of a hope of at least stalling Ireland a little longer.
Absolutely, and I think they'll be eyeing up Orla Prendergast. If they can get her out, then you know there have been crazier things to happen on a cricket field.
Chuma's bowled exceptionally to Leah Paul, and she's got her reward now. 3 for 20. The start of her 8th over yields the wicket of Leah Paul. And the change that she made, bringing Dururu into the slip, has yielded results. Paul goes for 7. Caught Dururu. Bowled Chuma.
Yeah, she never looked comfortable, Leah Paul. It has been slow growing for the batters across the game, to be fair, but 7 from 19, very unusual for the Ireland number 6. And it's Ireland making things tough, Zimbabwe making it tough for them. A leg spinner who really just looks to slide the ball on. Leah Paul deciding to go onto the back foot, just too close to her for that shot. Pretty simple catch, but well taken by Dururu. 146 for 5.
Louise Little has made her way out to the middle to join Orla Prendergast, 2 away from a half century. Opportunity to once again show her ability with bat in hand, Louise Little. Or Lulu to most.
It's just turned into a tricky little chase as the teams take a drink. 33 to win. Need to get it within 20, Ireland. It's once you're within 20 and you've a few wickets in hand, the bowling team tends to drop off a little bit. Right now they're still up and about, still have that belief. It's hard to know why batting has been so difficult today. I think it's been a combination of more consistent bowling from Zimbabwe in particular. And also it just looks a little bit tough to bat out in this pitch. It's the second use. Maybe a little bit slow, taking a little bit more turn as well.
We've seen some good purchase from both Chuma and Biza recently. Ireland 4 away from 150. Orla Prendergast 2 away from another 50. Having made 50 on the nose in the last one-day international. Still plenty of batting to come for Ireland, but it's always a little unnerving when your top order is removed. Prendergast remains the key. But Chuma's just bowled an exceptional spell into her 8th over on the trot. 3 wickets in that time and going a little over 2 and over.
Well, she's just got such great control, and a typical spinner, when she's on top, she really lets you know about it. She's been on top for the whole spell, really. As soon as a batter tries to come down the pitch, she's able to adjust and maybe bowl it a little bit quicker, pull the length back.
And what was impressive was she didn't lose any of it when the left-hander came in. Sometimes you see a few balls just to make that adjustment. She was on the money from the very first delivery to Leah Paul, and subsequently claimed her wicket with the first ball of her 8th over. Here she is, bowling to new batter Lulu Little.
It's always going down leg side, you'd feel. But yeah, I think the type of leg spinner that Shuma is perfectly suits bowling to left-handers, because she doesn't really have to change anything. The ball generally slides on, just a tiny bit of an adjustment with the line. Not like Cara Murray, for example, who would have to get the ball outside off. Has to send it a good distance outside off for the left-hander and bring it back to her.
A little off the mark. Prendergast will take the single, go to 49. Chipade coming off the rope.
Well, if they've done their homework on Lulu Little, then they know that you don't want to pitch it up to her because she's so strong down the ground. Very good over extra cover. Good to mid-wicket as well. So it looks like Shuma's trying to keep it out of her swinging arc, but probably just a little bit too short.
Quickly onto it, Mavunga. Yes, Little very strong down the ground. Big appeal. And that's straight through Lulu Little into the wickets. Big celebration for Chuma. She's got 4 for 22. And she is enjoying a wonderful time. End of 33. Ireland 148 for 6.
Looks for the sweep shot, Louise Little, which is a bit of a surprise. 1 from 4 for her. Just moving away from probably her strength, and Ireland in trouble now. 148 for 6, and it's not the right delivery to play the shot, unfortunately. You have to be very, very adept sweeper to manage to get this away full under the bat. Perfect delivery for Little to go down the ground, but the sweep shot not the option. Chuma is up and about. She still has 2 overs to bowl.
Well, she's got a best of 4 for 11 in T20s. This is her best return in one-day international cricket, Lorraine Chuma. 4 for 22 from her 8 so far. Eva Canning makes her way out to the middle.
Yeah, I think a cause for concern, Ireland, just players getting in and then not going on. Gabby Lewis, probably the one today. Laura Delaney as well, to a lesser extent.
An excellent last over from Chuma. Struck with their first delivery and struck with their last delivery. Moving Leah Paul and then Louise Little.
Chipare back into the attack. 1 for 34 from her 5 overs in her first spell. Keep her up to the stumps. For Prendergast, the field will spread. It'll be interesting to see what they do for Canning.
It's a lovely shot. It's well fielded in the end. Orla Prendergast goes to 50. Her 5th 50 and the 6th time that she's gone beyond the 50-run mark. That 1.5 century converted into a fine unbeaten century against Sri Lanka here last year. She's 50 not out, or 57 deliveries.
Well, she's been made to work for it. Just 4 boundaries in that 50. So she's run most of them. I think she thought she was in for another boundary there with that good thinking from her. She saw 3rd was up in the ring, but good fielding meant it just kept it to 1. Change of the field is that mid-on comes in, 3rd goes out, covers out as well, and fine.
Canning hits it firmly, straight to the opposition captain.
"30 to win, 100 balls," and really when you see that you think it's going to be so easy, but it hasn't been for Ireland. Zimbabwe fighting tooth and nail.
That's an excellent take from Upachikwa.
One catch, one stumping so far in the game. She's hoping to get more dismissals, the Zimbabwe keeper. And that ball that went past the outside edge, encouraging enough for the captain to bring in a slip once more. Kind of in, what would you call that, second and 2.5, 3?
Maybe 2.5.
Not quite 3, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always harder to tell when the keeper's up to the stumps, I think.
150 up for Ireland for the loss of 6 wickets.
Canning off the mark as well. Clever from her, just realising her role. Lulu Little maybe not recognising that the last player out. It's really about getting Orla Prendergast on strike for the moment. She's the in batter, 50 from 57. Nice slower delivery there from Chapare. Good bravery from her against the set batter. A bit more convincing on this occasion than the previous time I saw her bowl it. It wasn't quite as easy to read from the action.
Ireland were 126 for 3, 25 for 3 in the last little while. Zimbabwe have pegged Ireland back somewhat. Lorraine Chuma with an excellent spell. End of 34, Ireland 152 for 6.
Particularly strong backward of point, Orla Prendergast. We know she's good down the ground as well, but her boundaries have all come square of the wicket on the offside, but she's able to work it around, right round the ground. Mid off looking like an area that maybe she doesn't target, but by and large, a hard fought half century here at Stormont.
Chuma to continue. If Zimbabwe can strike again, it will certainly set it up for a very interesting finish.
I'm going to say the same thing about Eva Canning that I said about Louise Little, which is that she's strong down the ground. Not sure why Louise Little has moved away from what she traditionally, the strengths of her game traditionally, but Eva Canning on the front foot straight away, which is good to see.
Beats everybody. It's going to be buys.
I think that's just about missed leg stump and gone past Upachikwa. I think if you're Ireland, you're thinking at this point, right, Orla Prendergast, it's 2, 4 or dot. You face out Chuma, not so much down the other end, but against the in-form leg spinner.
Yeah, she's got 8 balls remaining in her spell if she bowls through.
Yeah.
To see her off.
Yeah, I'm just going to mention something here. Dururu is being a little bit naughty there. After the batter has taken your guard, you're not allowed to move your angle, and she's shifting about square.
Going over the top, there's nobody there. And Orla Prendergast will cash in with a boundary.
A long, languid swing. Schumer going for the jugular, full and straight, looking to dismiss Orla Prendergast. Beautiful shot, an area that she hasn't hit a lot of today, but she is so good down the ground. Doesn't need to worry about being caught because mid-on is inside the ring. And 4 is so valuable at this stage in a chase.
End of 35, Ireland 157 for 6. Chipane to continue from the Dundonald end.
Slip stays in for Ava Canning.
Finds the outside half of the bat. Not quite the edge.
She's got such a short swing, Ava Canning. Never ceases to amaze me that she can hit with real power. Not on that occasion because it obviously flew off a thick edge, but she can hit very, very strongly down the ground in particular. It just looks so effortless. Oh, that's a really good slower ball. A bit of drop on it as well. Well, Prendergast looked like she was thinking about taking the delivery on. Slightly nervous looking bench in the 10th there.
The Point Gully region has been an area of excellent fielding for Zimbabwe over this series. Biza's in there now.
Yeah, still fighting for every run here. Zimbabwe looking to take this game as deep as they can. They're going to have to take all 10 wickets, you'd think, to beat Ireland here. There's just too much time left in the game for them to win because Ireland don't reach the total. If Ireland can stay out there for another few overs, they'll be confident they can get over the line. It's been a much tougher task than we've seen so far in the series, though.
Yeah, effectively 20 runs to win or 15 overs, just under. That's going to be wide. But if Zimbabwe can take some positives from phases in the game out of this series, even if they do lose the match, they'd feel a lot better about the game overall and what they can achieve. Hapish, short. Glover was a shy at the stumps that is nearly made its way beyond the infield again. Chikora moving very sharply to her right to prevent that ball from going for overthrows.
Well, one positive that they can take, Zimbabwe, regardless of what the outcome is, they've been much better in the extras column today than Ireland were. 31 extras in the Ireland bowling innings. Zimbabwe at 14 at the moment.
Slow from Chipare. Canning goes straight back past her. Chikora gets enough on it to only see one. 161 for 6 are Ireland.
Pretty well judged run that from Ava Canning, because even though she knew it wasn't going to beat the fielder, she knew that Chigora was going to have to slide or dive, take a tumble. She wouldn't be able to effect a pick up and have a shy at the stumps. So she's putting together a pretty good supporting role here. Ava Canning just 4 for her, but she looks confident. But what that single does do is bring her on strike for the final over of Lorraine Schuma's spell. 4 for 26 at the moment.
She squeezes the ball away off her legs. Will take the single. Prendergast not interested in a second. Gets herself back on strike. 5 balls remaining of what's been an exceptional spell from Chuma.
Orla Prendergast still happy to take Chuma on. That was cannoning into off stump had she missed it, Orla Prendergast, and I don't think anyone would blame her for just facing these 4 deliveries out. Not when it's that short though, of course.
Yeah. But happy to take the single. Brings Canning on strike.
Well, I think they're close enough, Ireland, when with 4 wickets in hand you still need to trust your partner at this point.
It's nicely played by Canning. She's got all of that. She's got a 6 to her name here. She goes into double figures with the first 6 of the game. First 6 of the series.
This was exactly what I'm talking about. Alana, or Ava Canning, you would not think that is sailing over the boundary. It's gone well over. Hardly any swing, just great wrists through the ball there. Sails over. Not only does it beat the rope, it beats the hoardings on the outside.
And to be fair, Ava Canning has played some impressive innings previously, but she's just reached a little milestone of her own in terms of batting. She's gone beyond the 100-run mark in Women's One Day Internationals. Although very much in the side more for her bowling than batting. It was a fine 6 that she struck off an excellent bowler. Chuma finishes with 4 for 35 from her 10. Ireland 170 for 6. Four for 35, an excellent return. Chuma also the only Zimbabwe bowler to bowl a maiden as Isabel Joyce makes way. Celeste Rock back in the commentary position. Although she got hit for a few in her last couple of overs, Chuma. She took 4 very important wickets and she's set up a far tighter finish than Ireland would have hoped for.
It was a brilliant spell of bowling, it really was. She's brought her team back into this game and created moments in the match where Ireland were under a lot of pressure.
Seen 2 excellent bowling performances, both career best for bowlers in the respective innings. Alana Dalzell picking up a 4-fer and Lorraine Chuma picking up a 4-fer. That's carved away. Good fielding. Just 9 runs to win. But they've not been easy to come by runs today, it seems.
Zimbabwe will be really happy with the pressure that they've put on. They would have been aware that the total that they got wasn't as threatening as they would have liked it to be. they've really made things hard for Ireland's batters. Taking 6 wickets as well has been a great achievement.
Yeah, I spoke about the bowling successes of Dalzell and Chuma, both picking up 4 wickets. Lest we forget Mugeri Tiripano's fine 56. Prendergast just gone beyond her to be top scorer in the game with 57. Apish into space. Canning and Prendergast, they're both quick between the wickets. They take the single. Looking to run it down to third. She's missed it, Prendergast. And credit as well to Mupachikwa. She's kept really well, standing up to most of the bowlers today.
Yes, she has. And you pointed out earlier, she's got great footwork. She makes wider deliveries seem easy. A lot of the time you don't notice how much a keeper has done if they're doing it well.
That's well played. It'll only be 1. Prendergast to 58, end of 38. Ireland needs 7 to win. They're 172 for 6. Chuma having bowled out 10, 4 for 35. Looks like Glover's going to make her way back into the attack. So they'll stay with spin. Prendergast and Canning looking to finish this match off for Ireland.
With Chuma bowling her 10 straight, we didn't get a whole lot of other spinners in action today. We had Beezer for a few overs, we've had Clovu for a few overs, but it has been Chuma at the far end, the city end, taking up residence out there.
Glovu to start her 6th. Not for 26 from 5. Often in the wickets. Not yet today. Prendergast happy to take the single off the first ball of the over. Six to win. Canning having struck a 6 off Chuma in her last over. Glover just pushing this one through a little quicker. Five to win. Canning batting very maturely. Is that going to go? It's going to go. Scores are level. Ireland need 1 to win. All Prendergast into the 60s.
This is a great shot from Prendergast. She's so aware of where the gap is there between mid-wicket and long on. She's pounced on that and hit it very hard. No chance for the fielders, straight between the two of them.
Prendergast cuts it away for another boundary. She'll finish unbeaten on 67. Ireland claim the win by 4 wickets against Zimbabwe. They claim the series by 2-0. Ola Prendergast, again, a star performer today, this time bat in hand as well after an exceptionally economical spell. 182 for 6. Ireland finish. They win by 4 wickets. Eva Canning helping bring Ireland home with a mature 14 not out.
Ola Prendergast finishing off this match, showing her class, stepping away, picking out the gap through the offside after creating some room in it so cleanly. Finish her innings 67 not out. A match-winning 67 not out for Ireland.
So Prendergast and Canning can make their way from the field. They've done what they've been required to do. It was a nervous moment for Ireland, certainly a nervous few overs when they lost 3 wickets in relatively quick succession, owing to the excellence of Chuma with ball in hand. Zimbabwe might have felt they had a sniff, and ultimately too few runs on the board for Zimbabwe first up, as they were all out for 178. Ireland 5 wins from 5 on Zimbabwe's tour of Ireland. 3-0 win in the T20 International Series, 2-0 win in the Women's One Day International Series. And the players can shake hands. There's still much to come for both teams, including the Pakistan T20 Series for Ireland just around the corner.
Zimbabwe today amassed 178 with Tirapanu top scoring on 56 off 92. Her first 50 in this series, but had multiple great scores throughout the series. 45 for Mupachikwa. 2 of them batted well together, but the other batters were unable to put on enough runs to really trouble Ireland. The big partnership for today was Tirapanu and Mupachikwa, who put on 94 together today. Apart from that, there wasn't anything of significance other than Dururu and Tirapanu for 21 at the beginning of the innings.
Ireland bowling, 8 bowlers used. Alana Delzell with a career best 4 for 36. She struck with her very first ball in the second over of the innings to remove Kellis and Glovu, and only got better from there. She struck with her last ball as well to claim her career best 4 for 34. 3 for 22 for McBride, who claimed the last wicket to see Zimbabwe all out for 178, but wickets as well for Canning, Louise Little and Cara Murray.
Ireland's batting showed 2 batters getting big scores today. Gabby Lewis, 44 off 59, started the innings off really well before she was removed by Chuma. Prendergast, though, player of the day with the bat. She got 67 off 72, very well made innings while her team were under pressure. Delaney contributed 18, and Canning played well with Prendergast to bring it home there at the end with 14 off 19. And Lewis and Hunter together put on 44 at the start of the innings, set a good platform for Ireland. But it was Lewis and Prendergast that put on 49 and really got their team in a good position. From there, wickets fell fairly regularly. Delaney and Prendergast 31 together, and then the final partnership of Prendergast and Canning allowed Ireland to bring the game home.
I'll pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe. Noreen Chuma, 4 for 35, career best from her 10 overs. She bowled the only maiden as well of the Ireland innings. Wickets for Chigora and Chipare, who struck early on, but those were the 6 wickets to fall. Chigora having removed Sarah Forbes, in-form Sarah Forbes for 2, and Amy Hunter dismissed by Chipare, who was stumped by Mupachikwa. Glovu bowling not quite as characteristically economically as she usually does. 3 spinners, 3 seamers used for Zimbabwe today. But the story of what was Zimbabwe dismissed in the 50th over for 178, with the captain Mugeri Tiripano scoring 56, top scoring. Ola Prendergast led Ireland home with an unbeaten 67. Career best bowling for Alana Dalzell, 4 for 36 for Ireland. Career best for Lorraine Chuma for Zimbabwe, 4 for 35. And that's how it ends. Ireland have won by 4 wickets and they've claimed the series 2-0. Isabel Joyce is standing by for the post-match presentation.
Well, it's time for the final post-match presentation of this series between Ireland and Zimbabwe. Ireland coming out of a tricky fixture here in the final day, winning by 4 wickets, chasing down 178. First up, we've got player of the match. I've got Cricket Ireland President Donna Armstrong alongside to make the presentation. A few mentions. Chipo Mugeri Tiripani made 56 from 92. Alana Dalzell with her first 4-wicket haul, 4 for 36 for her. Orla Prendergast, 0 for 13 from 8 and 67. And Lorraine Chuma as well, 4 for 35. But for her 67 not out, it's Orla Prendergast. Well done, Orla. You're very practiced at that smile now. Congratulations on getting over the line in a tricky game. You must be pleased with getting over the line, even though it was looking a little bit difficult there.
Yeah, definitely. I think Zim really made us work for every run out there. A couple of really good spells. Really put the pressure back on us. But yeah, Ava coming in and whacking a 6 at the end made it look extremely easy. So yeah, great win.
So does that make you feel a little bit better and less nervous when she was able to do that?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think I want to be the kind of player that's kind of gutsy and stays in tough situations. So yeah, I was glad to be able to do that today.
You made it 50 in the first game and you went on and saw the team home. That must be particularly pleasing for you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's all you're ever kind of trying to do when you're chasing is stay there to the end, and especially in a chase like that became quite tricky. Very pleasing to be there at the end.
The bowling was really good as well. You didn't get a wicket today, but just 13 runs from your 8 overs. You must be delighted to be back to full bowling fitness. And even though you didn't bowl 10 overs today, it looks like you're able to in back-to-back matches.
Yeah, definitely. It was hard to get the 10 off skip today. It's disappointing. But yeah, for sure. I think it's been a kind of tough 2 to 3 years with a few injuries, but delighted to be back at full fitness. And it's the best way to be really is to be able to turn up and bowl 10 back-to-back. And yeah, I was happy how it came back today.
Okay, well done. Our player of the match, Orla Prendergast. So now, on the wrong side of this one, we've got Zimbabwe's captain, Chipo. Hard luck. It was a really enthralling game, very tight, kind of low scoring. How do you assess that game?
Yeah, I think we didn't put enough runs on the board. If we had a good start, especially in our batting, maybe we could have done better. But I'm impressed with the way the bowlers have bowled. Yeah.
It looked like when you went out there, you thought maybe a lower total would have been enough. Were you aiming for something around 220, 230?
Yeah, we were looking to score 230 plus, but we ended up getting 170, which was not good enough at the end of the day.
That being said, the bowlers came back really strong, and it looked like there was a great atmosphere around the group. It looked like you really thought you could get over the line.
Yeah, they did. The bowlers, they were bowling good lines for the first time in the series. So it was a good game, I think.
And finally, just a word about your leg spinner, Chuma. She performed amazingly today.
Yeah, she did bowl. Especially, I would say she did bowl throughout the tournament. She has been bowling well. Yeah.
Well, best of luck, and I know you've got qualifiers coming up, so thank you so much for coming over to Ireland. We'll see you again soon. That's Zimbabwe's Chipo Mugeri Tiripano. Now, we'll move on to player of the series. Donna, if you'll make your way back in. It's the batters who've kind of dominated in this award. Gabby Lewis, 95 across the 2 games. Chipo, who I just spoke to, 104, but for her 2 wickets and 117 runs, it's Ireland's Orla Prendergast. Orla, we've already talked about your performance, so I guess I'll just get a general view from you across the group, because lots of players have played across the 5 matches, but everyone seems to have put their hand up. For example, Alana Dalzell coming up in today and taking 4 wickets.
Yeah, definitely. It's so exciting. I think throughout the T20 series and coming into this series, we've really kind of given different players opportunities, and each and every one has stood up in some tricky situations and in different roles. So yeah, look, it's just so exciting. Such great depth in the group. To be able to turn to anyone on any different day is so exciting.
You've got Pakistan coming up soon and then qualifiers. So if you had a couple of things that you think that the group can work on going into those series, what would it be?
I think probably our fielding is still something across the board that we're looking to improve. I think we've made great strides in this series, taking some outstanding catches and some really good ground fielding, but I think we can't take our foot off the pedal and pushing on in that regard.
Okay, well, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much, Orla Prendergast, player of the series. Donna back in again, Cricket Ireland president. It's Ireland's winning captain, Gabby Lewis, to come and take the trophy. 2-0 one-day international series win to back up a 3-0 T20 international series win. Gabby, congratulations. You were in the runs again today, so on your own performance?
Yeah, obviously got in, but I think I felt a bit tricky once the spinner came on. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it needs to be better.
It was very noticeable in your captaincy style how attacking you are. Were you very focused on taking wickets in the first innings?
Yeah, definitely. I think, that's something that we've kind of, the approach we've changed since Lloyd coming in. We want to bowl to get people out, not just bowling to field. So, yeah, it's definitely shown out there, and I think it's made big strides in that regard.
The series coming up against Pakistan is huge. And this series, winning at 5-0 across the two formats, must be pleasing going in against a team ranked one spot higher than you.
Yeah, definitely. I think we showed in Pakistan that we can put it up to Pakistan. So I think, home conditions and the way we're playing at the moment, especially in the T20 format, it's really exciting.
Final question, the same one I asked Orla. If there was one or two things that you think you need to improve in short turnaround, just over a week ahead of Pakistan, what would it be?
I guess, I think we did things well in small parts. I guess it's just continuing on for that, I think. We were really attacking with the ball, and I think bringing that into the T20s as well, like looking to bowl teams out. And yeah, I guess Orla's mentioned the fielding. I think it was really good in the T20s, so I guess coming back to that format, hopefully we can turn to that again.
Okay, well, congratulations. That's Ireland's Gabby Lewis. Her team won the series 5-0, 3 in the T20s and 2 in the one-day internationals. Make sure that you catch up. Get tickets for the series coming up. Pakistan 6th, 8th and 10th. That's in Clontarf. If you don't have tickets yet, they're on sale on the Cricket Ireland website. From everyone here in Stormont, myself, my co-commentators, MWX Media and Cricket Ireland, thank you so much for your company right throughout the series. We hope you've enjoyed it. We hope you'll join us again very soon on the 6th. Until then, it's good evening and good night.